Chapter 271. The city of Mosha was small, but as Carthage's most important stronghold in Sicily, it had a large population. In order to ensure that everyone had a place to live, the residents of Mosha had to build their houses high, usually 6 or 7 stories high, like a steeple. When the Syracuse soldiers entered the city, they were shocked to find that the residents of Mosha not only had no intention of surrendering, but also stubbornly guarded every street and every house. When the soldiers wanted to break through the barricades of the streets, the residents of Mosha could throw stones, javelins, and even boiling water and hot oil from the upper floors of the houses, which caused a large number of casualties to the Syracuse soldiers. Dionysius had to stop the offensive, gather countless engineers, and spend time building siege towers as high as Mosha's houses. It was 6 stories high, had wheels under it, and was huge. When everything was ready, the Syracuse people launched another attack. 10 siege towers were pushed by a large number of laborers from the east, west, south, and north of the city along the widened gaps in the walls and roads into the city of Mosha. They slowly approached the houses, lowered the bridge at the top, and put it on the roof of the houses. The Syracuse soldiers used the wooden ladder in the tower to reach the exit, trying to break into the houses through the bridge. The residents of Mosha threw burning wood and asphalt at the siege towers and desperately tried to stop the enemy from entering. And so, the strangest scene in the siege of Moria happened. Both sides were fighting in midair. Broken limbs and blood rained down from the sky. There were even soldiers and residents covered in fire, falling from buildings that were more than 10 meters high. Screams rang out, and the ground was littered with corpses due to the desperate fight of the residents of Mosha. Syracuse's attack made little progress, and the battle was in a stalemate. In Sparta, the new king Elias and the elders were now not in the mood to pay attention to the war in Asia Minor, because a conspiracy that threatened their rule was exposed. Cynodon, a former citizen of Sparta, could no longer enjoy the privileges of Sparta's citizens because he could no longer afford to pay for public meals and was demoted to a second-class person. At first, he only wanted to retaliate against the nobles of Sparta out of hatred, but after a long period of observation and constant contact with other ruling classes in the Sparta territory, he gradually realized how terrible the inhumane slaughter and oppression of the Sparta system was, and how unfair it was to the second-class people and pariathai, who also contributed sweat and blood to the city. So he decided to overthrow the rule of the Spartan nobles. During this period, with the frequent war, the citizens of Sparta, pariathai, and even the pariathai were constantly conscripted to fight in the war. The land in the country gradually became barren due to the lack of labor, but the city's tax burden was increasing, causing people of all classes to become dissatisfied with Sparta. Therefore, under Cynodon's secret communication and propaganda, a large number of people in the Sparta territory were inspired by his ideas and joined his organization, including the frustrated citizens of Sparta. As time went by, the number of people in this rebel organization increased day by day. Just when they were ready to take some action, out of fear, some of the participants informed the Council of Elders. The king, the elders, and the censors were shocked when they heard the news. Because of the urgency of the situation, they hastily held an informal meeting and decided to send Cynodon and some young people to the towns and the suburbs to carry out a cleansing operation. The so-called cleansing operation was an official, public, and legal operation that the government of Sparta was worried about the overpopulation of the pariathai and Sparta's rule. Not only did it remind the pariathai of the terror of Sparta, but also trained the young citizens of Sparta to have a thirst for blood. Cynodon did not doubt the order. Instead, he was happy. It was not because he had the right to kill any pariathai he encountered, but because he felt that with the right to roam freely, he could take the opportunity to contact the organization and start a riot. But his thinking was too simple, and he lacked vigilance. As a result, not long after he left the city, he was secretly arrested by the Sparta soldiers who had been lying in ambush. The people of Sparta, who had been oppressing the pariathai for many years, were very experienced in torture. After being tortured, Cynodon finally revealed some of the important leaders of the organization. While the censors searched the city for the rebels, they also escorted Kinedun around the city. At the same time, they announced to the onlookers that Kinedun was a despicable traitor who wanted to incite the Pariathai to start a riot, overthrow the rule of Sparta, steal the wealth of Sparta, and become king himself. Kinedun didn't even have a chance to defend himself. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Spartan warriors would whip his body and hit his mouth with a wooden stick with iron thorns. Kinedun's body was covered in blood. Under the angry and contemptuous eyes of the people, he staggered and fell to the ground, dead. The Sparta government succeeded in physically destroying Kinedun, discrediting him, and making the Sparta people who didn't know the truth hate these rebels. But there were too many people involved in the conspiracy, and the incident was far from over. The two kings, the elders, and the censors were busy stabilizing the situation in the country. The rugby tournament in Dionia lasted for more than 10 days. The exciting games and fierce confrontations not only made the people of Dionia and their allies crazy, but also attracted the foreign merchants who came to trade in Thurii. When it came to the semifinals, not only was the arena full, but there were also countless people outside the arena clamoring to go in and watch the game. The governor, Kinagarada, urgently increased the number of patrols to strengthen the order of the arena and avoid accidents. The final was still between the two strong teams, Thurii and Amendalara. From the whistle to the end, the audience stood and cheered for the two teams. In the end, Amendalara won by a narrow margin and avenged last year's defeat. When the disappointed audience was about to leave the arena, the game host announced loudly, "Next, there will be a football exhibition game to thank the people for their full support." Football, as the name suggested, was a ball played with feet. But how could one play a game with feet? Many of the audience who had not seen this sport before sat down to watch again with doubt and curiosity. The staff in the arena moved the goal and redrew the line with lime powder. Just as the audience and friends who knew about the situation whispered, the players from both sides went on the field, and the referee stood in the middle of the field holding a real round ball. The whistle blew, and the game began. The audience was surprised to find that the round ball could bounce on the ground, and the players could touch the ball with their feet and other parts of their bodies, but not with their hands, which was the opposite of rugby. The audience widened their eyes in amazement when they saw the players controlling the ball with their feet, making all kinds of wonderful movements, and dribbling the ball past their opponents. The audience could not help but cheer in unison when they saw the players dribbling the ball like the wind and scoring with great force. When the audience really began to immerse themselves in the game, some people had already realized that Dionia had invented another ball game that was not inferior to rugby, and it would definitely become popular in the Dionia Federation in Greece. At the end of the game host announced, on the founding day of the nation next year, a football match will be held in Dionia to celebrate. The audience left the arena reluctantly. For a period of time after that, the topic of their conversation revolved around the rugby match and the football match to be held next year. While the businessmen thought about the business opportunities brought by this grand game, they brought these novel topics to other ports and cities. The reputation of the Dionia ball game was slowly expanding its influence in Greece. Just at the end of the football match, the senators in the Senate Hall looked solemn. Originally, they were only discussing whether to start a war against Bruttii, but who knew that Tyrannum had sent an envoy. Previously, Tyrannum had gathered a large number of troops to capture Manduria, a stronghold specially built by the Masapi people to attack Tyrannum. Then, they spent a few months and paid a huge price to acquire the important port city of Brindisi of the Masapi people, causing Tarentum's territory to suddenly double. Despite the joy, the people of Tarentum did not dare to be careless. Although the Masapi people had been hit hard, they would never give up. Hundreds of years of competition with the Masapi people had taught the people of Tarentum a deep understanding of the habits of this race. So Tarentum sent more soldiers to the newly occupied city, and, at the same time, stepped up the repair of the city's defenses. For a few months, the Apulia region, the area known as the heel of Italy, had been calm. According to the estimation of the existing strength of the Masapi people and the geographical location and importance of Brindisi and Manduria, The Senate of Tarentum had considered it in detail in advance, so they let the young Urchita lead more soldiers to guard Brindisi, which was further away from Tarentum and more important. They did not deploy too many troops in Manduria, which was only 40 miles away from Tarentum, because the troops of Tarentum and Brindisi could come to reinforce at any time, and with the strength of the Masapi people, it was impossible to focus on attacking two towns at the same time. On the morning of the 5th day after the start of the Hades celebration, Urchita, who was inspecting the construction progress at the port of Brindisi, received a messenger from the Senate of Tarentum. Manduria was attacked by the Masapi people. How many people? Urchita was a little surprised. Chapter 272. The messenger continued to relay the Senate's order. Sir Diomyres believes that the Masapi army attacking Manduria is probably the last force of the Masapi. Therefore, the Senate orders you to return with as many soldiers as possible while ensuring the safety of Brindisi. Rendezvous with the reinforcement from Heraclea and Metapontum. March to Manduria and completely defeat the Masapi. Completely ensure the safety of the newly occupied territory. Urchita lowered his head and pondered. Previously, in the battle for Manduria and Brindisi, Tarentum paid nearly 5,000 casualties, and the casualties of the Masapi would not be lower than Tarentum's. This could be seen from the Masapi corpses buried after the battle. Although there were 7 or 8 city-states in the Masapi alliance, the only big city was Rudii. To be able to send tens of thousands of troops, the manpower of Masapi should have been stretched to its limit. But why did they not attack Brindisi, which was wedged into the territory of the Masapi, but Manduria, which was closer to Tarentum and easier to be rescued? But on second thought, he immediately scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Brindisi was guarded by 8,000 Tarentum militia, while Manduria only had 2,000. It was obvious which city was easier to capture. He looked up at the messenger who was still waiting for his reply and asked, "How many people did Metapontum and Heraclea send?" Due to their heavy losses the last time, it is said that the two cities only sent 3,000 people this time, the messenger replied. Urchita's expression was slightly gloomy. He had fought side by side with the alliance before. Of course, he knew how their casualties were. But in the end, Tarentum enjoyed the victory alone, while Heraclea and Metapontum only received some rewards. However, didn't Dionia use this method to defeat their opponents and quickly grow stronger? Thinking of this, he no longer felt guilty. Instead, he was concerned about the city-state alliance across the bay that gave him mixed feelings. Did the Senate send an envoy to Dionia for help? The messenger wanted to say something, but stopped. He shook his head with a strange expression. Urchita's thoughts turned, and he immediately understood that it was not only Diomyres, one of the newly elected consuls this year, who had always been averse to the alliance of Dionia. The others also had the same mentality. As a southern Italian city-state that had been established for 300 years, asking for help from a newly established city-state alliance that had only been established for less than 2 years was really a loss of face and honor. What would the alliance and the other city-states in Greece think? What's more, unlike Heraclea and Metapontum, Dionia served Tarentum as their master. On the other hand, Dionia and Tarentum were equal allies. Perhaps its overall strength was even stronger than Tarentum. If they asked for Dionia's help, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, Tarentum would never send messengers to Dionia unless it was a critical moment. Urchita pondered for a moment and simply said, "I'm going to let Peberigius lead 2,000 soldiers to stay in Brindisi. I'll bring 6,000 people back. You'll come with me because I don't have enough cavalry to escort you back alone." The messenger breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. He was frightened by the elusive light cavalry of the Masapi people. The cavalry team that escorted him sacrificed more than a dozen lives to send him safely to Brindisi. In the afternoon, the freedmen who heard the news came one after another and watched the 6,000 Tarentum militia leave the city anxiously. Although Tarentum looked down on the newly established city-state alliance of Dionia that had no historical background, it had begun to learn from Dionia on how to deal with the issue of occupied territory. After capturing the two towns, the Senate immediately promised the foreigners and freedmen in Tarentum that as long as they were willing to move to Brindisi and Manduria, they would get land and become citizens of Tarentum. Brindisi and Manduria would also become affiliated to Tarentum. Therefore, although they knew there was a risk, many freedmen still brought their families and gladly came. Now that the war had broken out again and more than half of Brindisi's defensive forces had left, how could they not be nervous? Between Brindisi on the east coast of Apulia and Tarentum on the west coast, there was an east-west mountain range. Other than that, the road was smooth. Therefore, Akita's army could reach Tarentum in two directions. One was to go north around a mountain range and head west to Tarentum, or go directly west, pass through Manduria, go around a mountain range, and reach Tarentum. Of course, Akita chose the former because the road to the north was very safe except for the only Masapi town, Igratia, that he needed to pay attention to. Choosing the latter meant that he had to always be vigilant against the surprise attacks of some Masapi towns that were hidden in the dense forest in the south with Udair as the center. Not long after Akita's army left the city, they went around the mountain range. At this time, a scout came to report that a small group of Masapi cavalry had been found spying nearby. Akita didn't pay much attention to it. Although Tarentum had taken Brindisi, on the road from Tarentum to Brindisi, there were still Masapi cavalry patrolling the area from time to time, affecting the flow of people and the transportation of goods between Tarentum and Brindisi. Tarentum had sent soldiers to attack these cavalry many times, but they ran away early because of the speed of their horses. When the troops returned without success, they appeared again. Tarentum couldn't do anything to these Masapi cavalry, so it could only consider waiting for Brindisi to be completely stabilized before continuously building new villages and strongholds between the two cities to completely occupy this area. Prior to this, Tarentum had specially formed troops to ensure the communication and transportation between the two cities. Heavy infantry and archers were able to deal with these swift cavalry, and Akita had done the same. After going around a mountain range, the terrain leading to Tarentum was flat and open. Akita divided the marching column into 5 columns, with a smaller number of light infantry in the middle and the heavily armored militia on the outside. The entire marching column was about 3 miles long. Tarentum and Brindisi were about 100 miles apart. Akita estimated that with the current speed of the new army, they could arrive in the evening. Akita controlled the marching speed of the troops and moved forward unhurriedly. However, as time went by, more and more Masapi cavalry appeared. They patrolled around the marching troops and killed Tarentum scouts, causing Akita to have no choice but to recall the small number of cavalry, so he could no longer understand the surrounding situation outside of the troops' field of vision. As a commander, although Akita knew very well that after the last war, there were no powerful Masapi forces near the north of the hills between Brindisi and Tarentum, this feeling of being blind made him feel uneasy. He immediately ordered the troops to speed up and rush to Sigyan as soon as possible. Sigyan was a village to the north of Tarentum. Before Brindisi was captured, it was built into a small stronghold because it was adjacent to Masapi's territory. It had strong mud walls and many sentry towers to defend against the Masapi's invasion. The bugle was blown, and the officers who received the order began to urge the soldiers who were fooling around. At this moment, a loud bugle sounded at the front of the troops at the same time. The soldiers in the vanguard were stunned. Is it our army? This is the bugle to attack. Some of the soldiers had already begun to exclaim. Just as the troops were in an uproar, Akita's order came. Stop advancing. Immediately spread out the formation to the west with the light infantry in front and the heavy infantry at the back. The officers immediately took action and commanded the soldiers to start getting into formation. Akita rode to the front of the troops under the protection of the cavalry. 100 meters away, the loose Masapi cavalry stared at him like wolves, and he looked further ahead through the gaps of the enemy cavalry. He was puzzled. Now that the main force of the Masapi is in Manduria, if it is their army that is coming, how many soldiers can they spare to stop my troops from returning to Tarentum? Just as he was deep in thought, The marching column of Tarentum began to slowly spread out to the west. The officers and soldiers shouted at each other, looking for their positions, and the noise was earth-shattering. In front of the formation, Akita and the Masapi cavalry not far away were quietly confronting each other. "They're here." Akita's eyelids twitched, and he blinked hard, widening his eyes even more. A row of small black dots appeared on the horizon a few hundred meters away, gradually becoming bigger and longer. When the troops got closer, Akita and the others could see it more clearly. The same outfit with round shields, bronze helmets, and spears, the same dense formation. But they could not be sure that it was Tarentum's troops, because the Masapi soldiers were also equipped with the same equipment. This was the credit of the Athens people. When they got closer and could see the raised flag, the adjutant exclaimed, "General, it's Agracia's troops." Agracia was the northernmost city-state of the Masapi territory, adjacent to the territory of the Pacheti people. Every time there was a conflict between the Masapi and the Pacheti, Agracia was the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, as a border city, it had stronger military capabilities and was the closest to Brindisi. When Tarentum attacked Brindisi, the Agracia came as reinforcements, but were repelled by Akita. Akita also specially set up a sentry post in the northwest of Brindisi to monitor Agracia's movements. Now that Agracia's troops appeared here, and Akita did not receive any warning, it was obvious that the northern sentry post had met with an accident. At this moment, Akita was not in the mood to mourn. He stared at the enemy's formation, and with the mind of a mathematician, he quickly estimated that the enemy's strength was less than 3,000 people. Nearly 3,000 people dared to stop him from returning home. Akita did not feel relaxed, but he was even more puzzled. Chapter 273. The cunning Masapi cavalry swept diagonally forward quickly, exposing the infantry phalanx behind them. Then, the Masapi army stopped moving forward and once again entered a stalemate with Urchita's army 100 meters away. Urchita couldn't wait any longer. With twice the strength of the enemy, coupled with the uneasiness in his heart, he immediately ordered, "Blow the horn to attack." In Tarentum, many people were jealous of or looked down on the Daionia alliance, but Urchita didn't. Not only did he have a good relationship with the Daionia consul Devers, but he had also carefully studied Daonia's military tactics, absorbed some of them, and applied them to his own troops. Increasing the number of light infantry, grouping them separately, and giving full play to their long-range attacks was a major change in the army he led. When the light infantry attacked the enemy first, Urchita sat at the rear of the right wing of the formation, which was far longer than the enemy's phalanx. He commanded the heavy infantry on the right wing to advance, preparing to surround the enemy's left wing. The phalanx of the Masapi people remained motionless. The Masapi cavalry that surrounded the Tarentum formation moved. They pressed in from all directions, throwing javelins at the Tarentum soldiers in an attempt to disrupt and hinder the enemy's advance. Urchita remained unmoved. The horn to attack kept blowing, and the heavy infantry soon entered the distance where they could charge. Woo! Woo! A long and vigorous horn sound suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Urchita was shocked. This sound came from the rear. "There are enemies behind. There are enemies behind." Some of the soldiers at the rear of the phalanx on the right began to scream in panic. The silhouettes of people could be seen in the distant morning mist behind them, and the rumbling footsteps could be heard. It was a trap. The Masapi ambushed them here. Urchita's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed quickly in his mind. Should I continue to move forward or retreat? He had to make a decision immediately. Fortunately, he learned the practice of the Dionysian army. The commander didn't take the lead in the phalanx, but stayed outside it. Because of this, some people in the Senate criticized him for implementing the decadent aristocratic style in battle, not fighting side by side with the citizens, and being a coward. He didn't change his approach because of the criticism, so now he could make adjustments before the battle. All troops stop advancing, get into formation, and retreat to the left. Aketa immediately gave orders to the orderly and bugler. He hoped that by retreating, The terrible situation of a pincer attack could be turned into a head-on attack against the two enemies. The bugle sounded. The messengers ran at the back of the phalanx, shouting loudly. For a typical Greek city-state army, retreating to the left was a complicated tactical maneuver that was difficult to do during training, let alone on the battlefield. However, Urchitab believed that the army he led, which had been in battle for half a year and had undergone strict training like the Dionysian army, could do it. In his many battles with the Misapi people, he had learned about the bravery and tenacity of this race. He was not confident that he could defeat the enemy in the west in a very short period of time. He also did not want to fall into the dangerous situation of being attacked from both the front and the back. The only way was to immediately leave the current battlefield and rearrange the attack. Since the main force of the Misapi people was attacking Mandulia, he believed that even if the number of enemies here was more than his army, it would not be by much. He was confident that he could defeat them in a head-on battle. The phalanx stopped moving forward and began to retreat slowly. However, the Tarantum army did not move forward, but the Misapi infantry began to charge. At the same time, the Misapi cavalry also began to strengthen their attack. They howled and even urged their horses to charge into the phalanx in an attempt to disrupt the retreat of the Tarantum people. The desperate fighting style of the Misapi cavalry shocked Ikeda. He felt the determination of the Misapi people to annihilate his army here, and it was difficult for him to maintain his previous calmness. Should he continue to retreat or strengthen the defense? Ikeda was once again in a difficult choice. However, time was running out. The Misapi cavalry had already rushed in front of them, and the light infantry hurriedly retreated to both sides. Obstructed by the Misapi cavalry, the Tarantum heavy infantry, who could not retreat at full speed, had to turn around and fight, falling into a passive position from the beginning. Ikeda had no time to regret. Faced with such a dilemma, on one hand, he let the light infantry disperse the Misapi cavalry with arrows and informed the team officers to shorten the length of the heavy infantry phalanx and thicken the columns. At the same time, he let the soldiers at the back of the phalanx quickly turn back to face the incoming enemy and advance more than 10 meters forward. This way, the entire formation changed from the original one-line snake formation to a two-line formation, with two parallel formations protecting each other's rear. Ikeda believed that even if his troops were temporarily in a passive position, they could rely on their solid defense to repel the Misapi people. The Misapi cavalry at the back had retreated to both sides. The rumbling footsteps and deafening shouts could be clearly heard from the morning mist. When the black mass of enemies approached, the Tarantum soldiers were shocked. Not only were the number of enemies astonishing, but they were also not in the attire of the Misapi soldiers. They were holding wooden shields and spears, wearing simple helmets and breastplates. "Sir Ikeda, it's the Pachetti. It's the Pachetti." Upon receiving the report from the cavalry, Ikeda was equally shocked. The Misapi and the Pachetti had joined forces. For decades, the Misapi and Pachetti, who had always harbored hatred and often clashed with each other, had actually joined forces. Seeing more and more Pachetti warriors rushing over, Ikeda's whole body trembled. Not only was he worried about the safety of this army, but he was also worried about the situation of Tarantum. "Congratulations, King Pachetti. The Tarantum people have been surrounded by us." Igracia's consul, Timo Grass, shouted flatteringly. "Yes, Ikeda, who has made you suffer many defeats, has been surrounded by my brave warriors. Hurry up and destroy them. Then we'll attack Brindisi." King Tremoni of Pachetti looked happy and did not forget to taunt the Misapi people. However, half an hour later, the Tarantum flag in the encirclement was still standing. The Misapi coalition forces had not made any substantial progress other than compressing the encirclement even smaller. Instead, because of the concentration of the Tarantum soldiers, their attack was met with greater resistance. King Pachetti personally led the army and brought more than 10,000 warriors. Together with the soldiers of Igracia, their strength was more than double the number of Ikeda's army. In a situation where they had already surrounded the enemy, the battle was still so difficult. King Pachetti, Ignatius consul, and the Pachetti generals all stared at the dust-filled battlefield with solemn expressions. Fight! The Tarantum people fight. Descendants of hero Terras, don't stop waving your spears. Remember, every time you kill an enemy, your parents, your wife, and your children will be safer. Aketa was in the center of the encirclement, galloping back and forth on his horse, dodging the arrows and javelins that were constantly flying at him, while shouting angrily to boost morale. His voice was hoarse, and his war horse was constantly spewing hot air, but he was completely unaware of it. He knew that the odds were against him this time, but even if he died in battle, he wanted to make the enemy suffer a heavy blow and reduce the threat to his motherland. Tarantum's formation had changed from a 2 to a circle. Under his encouragement, the light infantry in the center kept shooting arrows in their hands, ignoring the fact that their fingers were cut by the bowstrings and their arm muscles were strained. The heavy infantry stuck close to each other and worked together to resist the enemy's powerful collision. At the same time, they raised the spears in their hands and stabbed and retracted them from the top of the closely arranged shield wall. Once the spearhead broke, they would immediately pull out their swords and continue to slash. They knew that their path of survival was cut off and that they could only fight to the death, so their fighting spirit was not shaken even when their comrades kept falling around them. An hour later, King Pachetti's face was ashen because the Tarantum's flag was still standing, but his generals had asked for a pause in the attack because the soldiers were tired and the casualties were not small. Trash, a bunch of trash. Are you still the descendants of the heroic king of Arcadia? Lycaon? Look at the Greeks surrounded by you. They are not as tall as us, and they don't have as many people as we do. If you're still afraid, I can only replace you and let the real warriors lead my soldiers. Tremoni scolded loudly and waved his arm, almost sweeping the spear in his hand into the face of the warhorse general. Respected King Pachetti, Aketa is indeed a famous general of Tarantum, and the army he leads is indeed powerful. We still need to recapture Brindisi, so we shouldn't waste too much of our troops here. Timadris suppressed his gloating mood and advised, "You mean to stop fighting?" Tremoni glanced at him and said disdainfully, "The Tarantum people are fighting to the death because they have no way to escape. If our encirclement can open up a path." A mysterious smile appeared on Timadris' face. "You mean, Tremoni was not a mediocre king. When he was young, he had led his army to war for the sake of Pachetti's strength. At this time, he was just too obsessed with victory." After Timadris' reminder, he immediately came to his senses and looked at the Masapi and Pachetti cavalry waiting on both sides of the battlefield. They had nearly 1,000 cavalry, but because the enemy was surrounded, they had no place to fight. "I have the same idea," Tremoni said loudly to cover up his previous loss of composure. He urged his horse forward and pointed his spear at the Tarantum's flag in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. "Just don't let Aketa go." Chapter 274. This time, Timothy had shot himself in the foot. Retreating during a battle, even if it was only a small part of the army, was very dangerous. If they were not careful, it would lead to the defeat of the entire army. Fortunately, the Tarantum soldiers had been in a state of complete defense for a long time. When the enemy in front of them disappeared, most of them had yet to fully react. Seeing the enemy retreat in front of them, revealing a large gap, the exhausted Tarantum soldiers could not believe their eyes, but they were also ecstatic. The enemy has been beaten back. The enemy has escaped. We have won. In the middle of the battlefield, the soldiers who had been shrouded in the shadow of death for more than an hour did not think too much. Like drowning people who were about to drown, even if it was just a floating straw, they would grab it tightly. They cheered, and the joy seemed to replace their fatigue. They desperately rushed out of the gap, and at the same time, it also led the neighboring soldiers to involuntarily run out. When Urchita realized that the situation was abnormal, the entire army was like a flood. Not only were the soldiers rushing towards a gap, but the high morale that they had accumulated was also quickly taken away. "All of you stop. Don't panic. Maintain the formation and rush out again." Aketa desperately tried to calm the chaotic soldiers down, but it was futile. On the contrary, the Pedis increased the intensity of their attacks, forcing the Tarantum people to speed up and escape towards the gap. Urchita was also pushed towards the gap by the crowd. "General, it's useless. We'd better run," the adjutant anxiously advised. The soldiers whose morale was shaken were completely unable to resist the full attack of the Pedis, and the casualties began to increase. The continuous screams entered Urchita's ears, making him even more anxious. Seeing that the guard around him were also panicking, he had no choice but to pull himself together and shout in a hoarse voice, "Kill with me! Kill with me!" Urchita tried to command the soldiers to concentrate their strength and charge towards the west, trying to widen the gap or even defeat the Igrations so that more people could escape from the encirclement. However, on one side was the enemy who had won the attack, and on the other side were the soldiers who had no fighting spirit. Most of them only cared about escaping and ignored his orders. The citizen soldiers of Tarantum were still lacking in training and experience. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was actually thinking, what would the Devers do if they were the ones leading the Dionysian army in this situation? Just as he was lost in thought, the guard had already surrounded him and rushed out of the gap under the shoving of the soldiers. "General, let's escape," the adjutant urged anxiously. Escape? Where could he escape to? In Archer's field of vision, in the distance, groups of enemy cavalry were galloping on the flat plains, using javelins and spears to reap the lives of the fleeing Tarantum soldiers. Nearby, several groups of enemy cavalry were charging at him aggressively, shouting something, "It's a pity that I haven't finished researching the lifting equipment." Aketa sighed again. He had regrets in academics, but politically, he had always advocated that the Greek city-states in the south should unite to fight against foreign enemies. This ideal seemed to be being fulfilled in Dionia. At this moment, he threw all his nostalgia and regrets to the back of his head, drew his military knife, and took the lead, charging towards the enemy. As the sun set in the west, tired birds returned to their nests. The dust on the battlefield dissipated, and the sounds of killing faded away. Only corpses and blood were left on the ground. Accompanied by Timogras and the Psheti general, Tremoni came to Archer's corpse. The young military general, who was a Greek mathematical genius and had high hopes for the people of Tarantum, had been hit by 3 javelins and had fallen among the corpses of several horses. Strangely, there was no pain or anger on his pale face. Instead, it was very calm. "I thought it was someone great, but it's just a young man without a beard," a Psheti general muttered disdainfully. Tremoni glared at him until he shut up. He stared at Archer's corpse for a moment and said, "Cut off his head and show it to the Greeks in Brindisi. Bury his body." It was not until late at night that a small number of soldiers escaped back to Tarantum after much difficulty. Only then did the people learn that almost all 6,000 soldiers had been wiped out. The people of the city fell into great grief. Compared to the failure of the battle, the large number of civilian sacrifices, and the unknown whereabouts of Archer, the Senate was more shocked by the alliance between Psheti and Masapi, which doubled the pressure on Tarantum. The Senate of Tarantum held an emergency meeting late at night and found that the failure of the battle had reduced the number of people in the Senate by nearly 1/20 because there was no news of at least 6 senators, including Archer, who had followed the army. Everyone discussed how to deal with the difficult situation that followed with grief. After the battle, Brindisi would be besieged by the Masapi Psheti coalition forces, and the main force of the Psheti was still surrounding Manduria. Nearly 6,000 young and strong citizens were killed or injured. Coupled with the continuous battles in the past few months, Tarantum's militia had lost as many as 10,000 people, which could be said to be a heavy blow. Not to mention the nearly 6,000 militia trapped in the 2 cities. So Tarantum still had more than enough strength to defend, but not enough to attack. But to abandon the territory that the citizens had exchanged blood and life for. Not only was the Senate senators unable to accept it, the people would never agree, so the only way was to ask for reinforcements. But who to ask for reinforcements became the focus of everyone's debate. Now it seemed that the strength of Heraclea and Metapontum, as affiliated states, was their limit to send 3,000 to 4,000 people. Tarentum would have to face the attack of 20,000 to 30,000 people from the Misapipcheti coalition, which was far from enough. Asking for reinforcements from a powerful city-state was the only choice for Tarentum, so there were not many options for Tarentum. Sparta in the east was Tarentum's mother state, and the relationship between the two had always been good. During the Peloponnesus War, Tarentum stood on the side of Sparta, which added weight to the friendship between the two city-states. This was the choice of some conservative senators led by Consul Diomyrus. Dionia in the west, as an ally of Tarentum, quickly became an alliance with 6 cities and 2 affiliated city-states within 2 years. They had almost never lost in the battles they participated in. One time, they even sent out an army of 20,000 people. It was obvious that they were strong enough to deal with the Misapipcheti coalition. This was the opinion of another consul, Marcus, and some senators. There were also some senators who mentioned Syracuse in the south. Because of the relationship between Tarentum and Syracuse, there was still some contacts between Tarentum and Sparta. However, as a city-state of Great Greece, Tarentum was also wary of Syracuse's involvement in the southern affairs. Moreover, Syracuse was still fighting with Carthage at this time. So how could they have spare power to help Tarentum? So it was not within the scope of consideration. At the end of the discussion, most of them were inclined to ask for help from Dionia. Just as Amarchus said, when the consul Devers of Dionia was still the leader of the mercenary army, we, Tarentum, helped them selflessly. Urchita led our militia to help them defeat the Lacanians. When they secretly occupied Amendola, it was we who risked defending the other Greek city-states to help them selflessly. We recognized the legitimacy of their occupation of Amendola, provided them with food, and protected them from the attack of the Turii. When the Turii was burned, and when Dionia was attacked by the Crotone, it was we who extended our friendly hands to them. It is because of our selfless help time and time again that there is today's Dionia city-state alliance. Of course, Amarchus directly ignored the fact that Tarentum did not send reinforcements according to the alliance. We Tarentum people do not ask for anything in return for giving favors to others. But we should also give the restless Dionia, people who have enjoyed our help, a chance to repay us. That's right, Consul Sir. We should generously give Dionia a chance to repay us. In fact, regardless of the distance between the city-states and the current strength situation, Dionia was the best choice to ask for help. There was an alliance between the two states, and Sparta still had the war with Persia. It was just that in the past, Tarentum was ashamed of Dionia sending troops to help them several times, as well as the reservation of a powerful city-state with a long history in Greece. That was why there was such hesitation. Amarchus' tactful words satisfied the vanity of the senators, and they finally reached an agreement to ask for help. Urchita is dead. The Devers had a look of disbelief. Yes, Consul Sir. This morning, several soldiers who escaped back to Tarentum said that they saw the Misapi people carrying away General Urchita's body on the battlefield. Polydorus, the messenger of Tarentum, said in a sorrowful tone, "How could a group of soldiers who were busy running for their lives see clearly?" The Devers still did not want to believe this fact. Maybe he was injured and captured. We also hope that General Urchita is still alive. But even if he is still alive, falling into the hands of the Misapi people, he is also, Polydorus said, and could not continue. Chapter 275. The Devers leaned against the back of the chair and stopped talking. Grief instantly enveloped him. Since coming to this era, the Devers had never stopped killing and had long been accustomed to life and death. Even if the mercenaries and soldiers who had gone through thick and thin with him fell in front of him, it would be difficult to cause ripples in his heart. But when he heard the news today, he lost his composure. In fact, Urchita did not spend much time with him, but the two of them hit it off at first sight. This gentle and elegant Tarentum aristocrat, who was 7 or 8 years older than the Devers, was like a generous elder brother who had helped the Devers many times. When the Devers were still unknown, Urchita, as the senator of Tarentum and the general who led the expedition, had no complaints about assisting him in repelling the Lacanians. After the Devers seized Amyndalara, not only was Urchita not dissatisfied with the Devers' deception, but he also took the initiative to form an alliance between Tarentum and Amyndalara. At the same time, he persuaded the Devers not to use violent means to seize power. The reason why the Dionia alliance was able to develop so quickly was largely due to his advice. Although the relationship between Tarentum and Dionia began to drift apart, Urchita still actively campaigned for the friendship between the two states, allowing the Turii port to be blockaded by the Crotone to still be able to buy food from Tarentum. The Devers was immersed in his memories, and his eyes began to moisten. He suddenly took a deep breath and said loudly to Polytorus with a solemn expression, "Dionia is an ally of Tarentum. It is the responsibility of Dionia to help our ally repel the enemy's invasion. I will immediately apply for a Senate meeting. I firmly believe that all the senators of the Dionia Senate will agree to send troops to rescue our friendly ally without hesitation." Polytorus was relieved. Marcus is right. The relationship between Urchita and the Devers is extraordinary. It is said that the Senate of Dionia is controlled by the Devers alone. With his permission in advance, there will be no problem in asking for help this time. When Polytorus presented the request of Tarentum to the senators in the great chamber of the Senate, the Devers took a stand, and few objected. Most of the senators from Amyndalara and Turii remembered the help that Tarentum had given them in their most difficult times. Cunigarata and the others said, "Keeping promises has always been the principle that the people of Dionia believe in. Dionia is already a powerful alliance of Greater Greece. We should bravely shoulder the responsibility of defending the southern Greek city-states and show our sincerity to the surrounding city-states." These words struck a chord in everyone's heart. The Senate unanimously passed the resolution to send reinforcements to rescue Tarentum, but there was a dispute over the number of troops to be sent. Some of the senators, led by Cornelis and Buckhose, believed that it was almost the autumn harvest season in September. If too many young and strong laborers were sent to participate in the war, even with the assistance of slaves, the harvest of the fields would still be greatly affected. It was suggested that the number of people sent should not exceed a legion. A small number of Turii senators, led by Polixus, believed that the Dionia alliance had fought too many wars in the past 2 years, and the people were tired and in urgent need of rest. Moreover, Tarentum had the help of Metapontum and Heraclea, so the strength of its army was not greatly weakened. Dionia only needed to send 3,000 to 4,000 people to show their sincerity. On the other hand, the military senators, such as Antonios and Capys, objected. They believed that after the Messapi and Pacetti united, they were powerful. If the reinforcements sent by Dionia were too little, they would not be able to help Tarentum in the war quickly. If the war continued for a long time, it would affect the return of Dionia reinforcements, causing dissatisfaction among the people. Moreover, the more people they sent, the more they would be able to take the lead in the war. This would prevent Tarentum from making random arrangements and causing the soldiers to be sacrificed in vain. They suggested that it was best to send 2 legions to Tarentum. The opinion of the military senators convinced most of the senators, but the huge number of 14,000 people in 2 legions still made the senators hesitate. In the end, the decision was handed over to the Devers. Of course, the Devers agreed with the opinion of Antonios and said, "Since we have agreed to send reinforcements, we should show the sincerity and courage of Dionia as an ally of Tarentum to the greatest extent. With 2 legions and the help of Tarentum and its allied forces, we should be able to quickly repel the enemy, so that the people can return as soon as possible and take care of their farms." When the Devers spoke, he unconsciously placed the army of Dionia in the position of the main force, completely forgetting that when they arrived at Tarentum, they were just guests. None of the senators felt that it was strange. Instead, they thought that it was natural. This time, Marsis did not have to worry about sending the troops. When Polytorus learned that Dionia had actually sent a huge army of 14,000 people, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said to the Devers, The rations and materials needed by the reinforcements of Dionia will naturally be provided by Tarantum. The agriculture department of Buckos had to be busy to ensure that the farms of each soldier could be taken care of when the owner left. Gramintum, Cremissa, and Aspirustum had just submitted, so it was not easy for them to send troops to war. As the most stable rear of Dionia in Lucania City, Nudum also shouldered the responsibility of sending troops to stabilize Gramintum at any time. Unless there was a special situation, the citizens of the city would not be transferred to Tarantum. Therefore, the citizens that the Devers chose to send were in the two cities that were very close to each other, Turii and Amendola, where the 1st and 2nd legions were stationed. This way, it also saved time and energy for Buckho's supervision of the farms. At the same time, the Senate began to recall the soldiers belonging to the 1st and 2nd legions who were about to go to Corinth to participate in the Isthmian Games. The Isthmian Games was one of the 4 major games in Greece. It was held in the summer and autumn of the 2nd year, after the Olympia Games. It was a celebration to worship the sea god Poseidon. The Devers did not know much about it at first. After the celebration of Hades, the chief general of Crotone, Lysias, exclaimed about the excitement of Dionia's rugby competition. He unintentionally mentioned that Crotone was about to line up to participate in the Isthmian Games, so the Devers took note of it. Now, the mercenaries led by the Devers had not only taken root in Great Greece, but the Dionia alliance that he created had also become one of the strongest alliances in Great Greece. It was not inferior to the powerful Sybaris 100 years ago. However, many people in Sicily had heard of Dionia, but it was basically unknown from Sicily to the Greek mainland. It was even more unknown to the Ionian Islands in the Aegean Sea, not to mention the Greek states in Asia Minor. Dionia's current strength had passed the dormant stage. It needed to strengthen ties with the Greek city-states in the eastern Mediterranean. Whether it was to increase trade or to attract free people, it would be of great benefit. Therefore, the Devers' proposal to organize athletes to participate in the Isthmian Games in the Senate was warmly received by the senators. The enthusiasm of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean to participate in the 4 major Greek games was no less than that of the native Greek people. They were also much more active than the city-states in Asia Minor. The main reasons for this were, first, the 4 major Greek games were held either on the Peloponnesus Peninsula or near the Gulf of Corinth, which was closer to Great Greece and Sicily than Asia Minor. Second, the colonial city-states in the western Mediterranean were geographically superior, with fertile land and rich mineral resources. Therefore, most of them were relatively wealthy, far surpassing the native Greek states. Usually, there was no opportunity for comparison. Therefore, the games became a stage for the local tycoons of the western Mediterranean to show off their luxuries. They donated large amounts of gold and silver to the sacred treasury of the games, held large banquets, and invited athletes from various city-states, and so on. The native Greek people who lived a simple life were dumbfounded. Out of jealousy, they ridiculed the Greeks of the western Mediterranean as poor people who have nothing but gold and silver. The Greeks of the western Mediterranean did not only show off their wealth at the games, but their achievements in the games were also very outstanding. Crotone was a well-known professional champion of the major games, and Syracuse was another. Athletes from Tarentum, Lacri, and Agrigento had won many championships. Sybaris, the former Turii, and Naples had also won excellent results at the games. They were keen to show the native Greek states through the games that although they were only colonists or descendants of colonists, their achievements were far better than the citizens of the native states. The Devers' proposal was nothing more than a continuation of the glorious tradition of Great Greece. After the announcement of the participation in the games was announced in various cities, the citizens of Dionia enthusiastically signed up, forcing the Union to hold a selection competition. In the end, 10 people were qualified to go to Corinth to participate, including Tegthenos participated in the wrestling competition, Metones participated in the javelin competition, Amintas signed up for the armed long-distance running, and Soberkos signed up for the horse carriage competition. Now, they had to return to the first and second legions to prepare for the expedition to Tarentum. Although it had only been a few months since the Union of Dionia stopped the war, and the enemy they were about to face was quite powerful, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the citizens to go to war. In addition to the war allowing them to accumulate merits and obtain citizenship or land, the establishment of the Hall of Valhalla and the Pantheon of Hades also greatly stimulated their pursuit of glory. Chapter 276. Polydorus continued. In the archaic era, the king of Arcadia, Lycaon, was arrogant and disrespectful to the god Zeus. One day, he came up with an evil idea to play tricks on Zeus. So he killed a servant, made his flesh into meat soup, and invited Zeus to a feast. Zeus saw through his tricks and used lightning to destroy the palace. He turned Lycaon into a wolf and destroyed his kingdom. I know this legend. The king of Arcadia blasphemed the god, so it was normal for him and his kingdom to be punished by Zeus. But what does this have to do with the Misapi? Felicius interrupted curiously. Polydorus looked at Devers and saw that he was also interested, so he smiled and said, "Yes, everyone in Greece knows the story of Lycaon, but his story is not over. Lycaon had 3 sons, and when the kingdom was destroyed, they took their people and slaves, crossed the Adriatic Sea by boat, and fled to southern Italy and settled down." Polydorus glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The names of these 3 sons are Doni, Pachetti, and Misapi." Oh! Felicius was a little surprised. After hundreds of years, the people led by these 3 sons developed and grew stronger. They named their tribes after the original 3 leaders to distinguish them from each other. This has been passed down among the Misapi people. We, Tarentum, have been fighting with them for a long time, so we know about it. After Polydorus finished, Capys asked worriedly, "There is another Doni?" These 3 races turn out to be the same people. When we were fighting with the Misapi coalition, would the Doni suddenly join in? Polydorus hurriedly explained, although they used to be the same race, after hundreds of years of development, whether it is the Misapi, Pachetti, or Doni, they're all large races with dozens of tribes and more than 100,000 people. Each has its own fixed territory. Not only do they have different political systems, but they also have conflicts of interest with each other and even become mortal enemies. The Downy, to the north of the Pachetti, are said to possess the great river plain, fertile land, and 4 or 5 large towns. The Pachetti were sandwiched between the Downy and the Misapi. They had neither fertile land nor good port cities and trade channels like the Misapi, so it was the most difficult for them to develop. So they had been competing with the Downy for land on both sides of the Orfando River. So the 2 races were mortal enemies, and it was impossible for them to unite. In the south, the Pachetti and the Misapi also have conflict from time to time. It's only because of the existence of Tarentum that the battles between them are not so fierce. The Devers bowed their heads to look at the rough map of Tarentum and its surrounding forces that Polydorus had drawn at his request while listening to him. At this time, he suddenly asked, what is the difference between the political systems of the Downy, Pachetti, and Misapi? Polydorus did not expect the Devers to ask this. He frowned and thought carefully for a while before saying, well, now, the political systems of the Misapi are somewhat similar to our Greek city-states. But more than 10 years ago, they were still a unified kingdom. King Athos once warmly welcomed the Athens who wanted to attack Syracuse, and sent a lot of soldiers to join them. As he spoke, Polydorus sneered, the territory of Misapi is surrounded by our Greek city-states, and they often trade with each other. Therefore, the Misapi have long been influenced by the democratic ideas of the Greeks. The nobles, tribes, and towns have been clamoring to limit the power of the king. But Athos was a fool and had close relations with the people of Athens. How could he know the insidiousness of the people of Athens? In the end, just a few years after the army of Athens was destroyed in Syracuse, the nobles of Misapi started a riot. Athos' rule was overthrown, and he lost his life. After that, the towns of Misapi became independent one after another. Now, they're basically ruled by the nobles. Every year, They elect a consul to rule the city-states together with the nobles' parliament. These Misapi city-states, led by UDE, form the Misapi City-State Alliance. They rarely fight with each other and are relatively united. When Polydorus said this, his tone was a little low. This made the Devers realize that this new Misapi City-State Alliance seemed to be a bigger headache for the people of Tarantum. Pachetti and Downey are still ruled by the king. Polydorus quickly changed the topic to the other two races. The only difference is that the king of Pachetti has more power, while the king of Downey. It is said that he is bound by the various castellans. The Devers listened thoughtfully, and then asked, since Misapi and Pachetti have always been in conflict, why would they form an alliance? Polydorus smiled bitterly and said, you can't ask me this. However, according to the analysis of our Senate, the reason why the Misapi are willing to form an alliance with Pachetti is that they are frightened by our attack on Tarantum. There was a trace of pride on Polydorus' face. The Devers nodded. He looked at the map again, but in his heart, he was thinking previously when Tarantum attacked Misapi. I heard that Tarantum suffered more casualties, but they occupied Brindisi and Manduria. Once the newly occupied territory is stabilized, they can cut off Misapi's contact with the north. Tarantum's naval strength is one of the best in Great Greece, so Tarantum can surround the Misapi and slowly nibble them away. If the people of Tarantum die in battle, they can be replaced by free people, but the Misapi will only become weaker and weaker. This is probably the original plan of the elders of Tarantum. As for the Pachetti, perhaps they would rather have the Misapi, who have the same blood as them, as neighbors to their territory, than to have the foreigners. Besides, after forming an alliance with the Misapi, the Pachetti can go all out to deal with the Downey. This was just Polydorus' guess, but the Devers felt that there must be other reasons. Otherwise, Pachetti's situation was not good, and they were willing to take the risk of offending a powerful state in Great Greece. The Pachetti sent their army out to fight. Aren't they afraid that the Downey will take the opportunity to attack? Capys asked. I heard that last year, Pachetti attacked Downey, but they were defeated and lost the land they occupied on the south bank of the Avtu River. In the end, Pachetti signed a truce agreement with Downey. A truce agreement can guarantee that the Downey will not take advantage of the situation to attack. Polydorus shrugged and said angrily, who knows what the stupid minds of these indigenous people are thinking? Anyway, the Pachetti are already on our land. Dracos yawned. He was not interested in what Polydorus said, but seeing that the Devers were listening carefully, he was too embarrassed to interrupt. At this time, he saw that Polydorus had stopped talking, and he could not wait to ask, what are the characteristics of the Misapi and Pachetti armies? Speaking of this question, Polydorus was obviously emotional again. The Misapi used to be like the Pachetti. They had a lot of cavalry, but their infantry was not good. They did not have good armor, and their formation was loose and lacked discipline. They did not know how to line up in a square formation, so they never dared to fight us head-on. They only knew how to sneak attack and harass, like cowardly bandits. But the Athens, Polydorus' voice doubled in volume. We are the children of Sparta. Of course, we stood on the side of our mother country in the War of Peloponnesus. But the Athens actually helped the foreigners, provided the Misapi with armor and weapons, and sent people to help them train heavy infantry. They encouraged the Misapi to go against us. The Misapi mastered our Greek tactics, and with the support of Athens, they hurt us in Tarantum even more than before. If it were not for Akita, at this point, Polydorus' expression became slightly gloomy. Dracos did not care about the change in Polydorus' mood and continued to ask, what are the combat characteristics of the Misapi cavalry? Polydorus glanced at the others helplessly. Seeing that everyone was very interested, he could only say, the Misapi are good horsemen. It is said that they can control the direction of the horses with their legs without holding the reins. They're also good at throwing spears from the horses, which is a certain threat to our heavy infantry. Devers and Felicius looked at each other. Polydorus saw this and hurriedly said, although the Misapi cavalry is more powerful than our cavalry, the cavalry is only a support in battle. It is the heavy infantry that really plays a role on the battlefield. Even if the Misapi had the help of the Athens, their heavy infantry is still not comparable to the real Greek heavy infantry. Drax asked again, how many people are there in the Misapi coalition? How many citizens can Tarentum send to participate in the war? Polydorus looked at him, spread his hands, and said, I'm just an emissary. The number of citizens to send to the war is decided by the Senate. I can't make the decision. As for the number of people in the Misapi coalition, we don't even know if Akita is alive or dead, let alone the specific number of people in the Misapi coalition. However, I personally estimate that there should be no more than 30,000 people, and the citizens of Tarentum who can fight now, including the garrison personnel in Brindisi and Manduria, have at least 16,000 young and strong citizens. With the addition of 14,000 people from Dionia, plus 3,000 people from Metapontum and Heraclea, our coalition has a total of more than 30,000 people. It should not be difficult to defeat the Misapi coalition. After sending Polydorus away, Devers and the others returned to the mansion and continued to discuss. Chapter 277. I'm worried that Tarentum won't save Manduria first, but wants us to help Brindisi first. Manduria is at least safe for now, but Brindisi, which only has 2,000 soldiers stationed and is far from Tarentum, is much more dangerous. Capys said worriedly, if that's the case, we can't agree. Dracos looked at the Devers and said firmly, Sir, if we don't repel the enemy in Manduria and rush north, once Manduria is taken, the Misapi can cut off our supply line, and we will be in danger of being attacked from both sides. So, it's best if we can get the command of the Allied forces. If not, we have to guarantee the autonomy of our Dionysian army. Felicius also suggested solemnly. The Devers nodded in agreement. After Capys and Dracos left, the Devers asked Felicius to stay behind alone. How's the preparation for the army's departure? All the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions have returned to the city to await orders, but there are still many soldiers who haven't changed their weapons and equipment, Felicius said. It's not that they don't want to replace their weapons, but there are only 3 weapon shops in Talii and Amendalar. They can't possibly complete the production of tens of thousands of new armors and shields in just a few months. Tanning the leather is a time-consuming process, and the quantity is so large. If it weren't for the Lacanian citizens of Leniudum and Gramintum, it would take us years to gather the leather. Felicius explained, it's not that they don't want to replace their weapons, but there are only 3 weapon shops in Talii and Amendalar. It's impossible for them to complete the production of tens of thousands of new armors and shields in just a few months. If that's the case, let's use the old equipment for this battle. Let the soldiers go to the weapon shop to temporarily exchange their original bronze helmets and shields, the Devers said with a slight regret. Suddenly, he remembered something. I heard that there's a merchant from Corinth who built a large weapon workshop in the crafting area of Amandara. We can consider giving him part of the order, but I don't know if he's willing to accept the condition of exchanging the old for the new. The merchant is called Dios. I've already talked to him, and he's very willing to accept. Oh, that's a clever man, but a foreigner. Divers remembered the simple hydraulic hammer that had been successfully developed by the Institute of Mathematics, and he was thinking about finding a suitable big business to cooperate with. As a machine that could greatly save manpower and improve the efficiency of forging copper and iron, Divers certainly had to put in the hands of his own people to keep it a secret. In addition, I have contacted the Civilian Shipping Association at the port. This is a non-alliance official shipping organization proposed by the Devers and planned by Marigi. All of Dionia's merchant ships and passenger ships will join it. Its purpose is to maintain order at the port, prevent vicious competition, improve industry efficiency, and facilitate cost management. Polydorus also said that the ships from Tarentum will also come to the port to help with the transportation. This way, we can transport all the soldiers of the 2 legions to the port of Tarentum at once. Our army will probably be ready the day after tomorrow, and we'll take the ship to Tarentum, Felicius continued excitedly. Felicius, when a Greek city-state goes to war, how many days does it take to mobilize the citizens to go to war? The Devers' question stunned Felicius. He thought that the Devers wanted to make a comparison. So he said, from war mobilization to selecting citizens, arranging household affairs, preparing weapons, equipment, and food, organizing the army, determining the team officers. It takes about 3 to 4 days, but we only need 2 days at most. What if tens of thousands of people are mobilized? Then it may take longer, probably 6 to 7 days, but for us, Dionia, before Felicius could finish his words, the Devers waved his hand and said, then don't be too anxious. Let's go to war in 5 days. Felicius thought that he had misheard. The Devers leaned forward and looked at Felicius. He said in a deep voice, although Tarentum and Misapi often fought in the past, it has never been like this, completely disregarding the lives of the citizens and attacking Misapi with all their might. Do you know why? Felicius was not a fool. Moreover, after serving as a military officer for more than a year, his administrative experience and vision had improved a lot. He immediately replied, it's because of us. Yes, us. The Devers repeated forcefully. The rapid growth of our alliance has put pressure on Tarentum. The southern Italy is not too big. It can only accommodate one overlord, and this overlord can only be Dionia. Now that Hades has given us help, Tarentum is in trouble. We must seize this opportunity. The Devers showed a hint of a sneer. We can abide by the covenant and help Tarentum repel the Misapi coalition, but we must not help Tarentum eliminate its enemies and stabilize their newly occupied territory. The Devers appeared very calm, even cold. His friendship with Urchita did not affect his decision-making on political affairs. As the army's deputy, Felicius had assisted the Devers for more than 2 years. He knew his leader better than the other generals. For example, deliberately delaying the attack to cause heavy losses to the citizens of Amendalar, deceiving Cornelis to make him a lifetime consul, and so on. This young consul was not as honest as he appeared to be. But perhaps it was because of this that he led the mercenaries to the height they were today. This was something that he, Capus, Amintes, and other boorish men who only knew how to fight could not do. Felicius exhaled lightly, expelling the enthusiasm and cold expression that the Devers had when facing Polydorus from his mind. I understand, my lord, he said. In the following days, the Devers entrusted the Laos consul, Avanogus, who was still watching the game and tasting the delicacies in Turin, to think of ways to understand the situation of the Brudi to verify whether the words of the Trine Cyprilos were true. For the rest of the time, he carefully read some of the information that Aristiras had collected about Tarentum and Misapi in the mansion. When he had time, he would accompany his wife, Christoia, and his 1-year-old son, Crotocatax. Polydorus' mood was getting more anxious day by day. He visited the Devers or Felicius several times, but was dissuaded by them with legitimate reasons. Indeed, the number of soldiers gathered in the city of Turin increased day by day, and it would take a long time to mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers into battle. However, the situation in Tarentum was getting worse day by day, and Dionia's army was in urgent need of rescue. On the second day of Urchita's defeat, the clippers from Brindisi returned to Tarentum and informed the Senate that Urchita had died in battle. The May-Prussian alliance had thrown his head into the city and used thousands of Tarentum soldiers' corpses to build a corpse mountain outside the city to intimidate the defenders of Brindisi to open the city and surrender. The people in the city were panicking. The May-Prussian alliance waited for a long time, but they did not receive a reply and had already begun to attack the city. Brindisi urgently asked for help from Tarentum, claiming that the enemy was strong and the defenders were few. Moreover, after the city of Brindisi was captured last time, the broken city walls did not have enough time to be completely repaired. If they did not receive reinforcements, they were afraid that it would fall within 2 or 3 days. When the Senate of Tarentum was urgently discussing how to rescue Brindisi, another piece of news came. The Misapi army that besieged Manduria had disappeared. When the Senate elders, led by Amarcas and Diomyras, heard the news, they did not feel relaxed. Although they could not detect the whereabouts of the main Misapi force because of the blockade by the Misapi cavalry, They did not have to think to roughly guess that the Misapi people were most likely heading east to meet with the Pachetti army. Brindisi was in danger. Although they had received a report from Turin that Dionia would send tens of thousands of soldiers as reinforcements, it was impossible to arrive in a short period of time. However, it was impossible for them to arrive in a short period of time. If Tarentum were to send its own army to reinforce Brindisi by land, the Senate would feel that it would be suicidal in the face of tens of thousands of Mecca and Prussia's allied forces. Thus, they finally decided to send troops to reinforce Brindisi by sea so that it could hold on until the allied forces of Tarentum and Dionysia arrived. Tarentum sent 80 large and small warships, including 43-decker or warships, which was almost the entire naval force of Tarentum, to escort the transport fleet full of 4,000 soldiers to Brindisi. After the fleet bypassed the heel of the Italian peninsula, it was intercepted by the May-Prussian alliance fleet near the coast of Hodrum, a city of Misapi. Pachetti's navy was not strong. They only had one port city, Barium, now Bari, and it was already very good to be able to gather 6 or 7 warships. However, the Misapi were different. Most of their city-states were port cities. Igratia, Brindisi, Ugintum, Messania, and Hodrum were all port cities. On the contrary, the largest city-state, Udi, was an inland city located in the center of the Misapi region and was once the capital of the Misapi kingdom. Therefore, the Misapi's sailing ability was not weak, and the sea trade was also relatively developed. Later, with the help of the people of Athens, not only could they build their own 3-decker or warships, but they could also skillfully use the advanced naval combat skills of the Greeks. Previously, they had also caused a lot of trouble to the people of Tarentum at sea. This time, it was the largest naval battle that broke out between Tarentum and Misapi. The Misapi gathered all the warships of all the city-states, a total of 58 ships, including 25 3-decker or warships. Together with Pachetti's 6 warships, there was a total of 64 warships. One was anxious to reinforce, and the other was desperately trying to intercept. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. Chapter 278. The battle lasted for 4 hours, and in the end, Tarentum lost 15 warships, including 4 Triple-Oared warships and 4 troop ships. The Mapu Alliance fleet lost 23 warships, including 7 Triple-Oared warships. In the end, the Mapu Navy took the initiative to retreat, and the Tarentum Navy, who was busy saving the soldiers who fell into the water, had no intention to pursue. They just wanted to leave this strange sea as soon as possible, reach Brindisi, and complete the reinforcement mission. During the fierce battle on the sea, the Mapu Alliance fleet had learned that Tarentum was about to reinforce Brindisi from the sea and launch the largest siege regardless of fatigue. 20,000 soldiers of the Mapu Alliance fleet carried ladders and pushed siege vehicles, attacking Brindisi wave after wave. The Tarentum garrison, which had been fighting hard for 2 days, only had a few hundred people left. It was all thanks to the help of the freedmen in the city that they managed to survive until today. Faced with the tide of enemies, the freedmen, who lacked combat experience, panicked. The Tarentum Navy rushed to the port of Brindisi and had just put the soldiers ashore. They had not yet assembled and regrouped. The city of Brindisi was breached, and the defeated soldiers, freedmen, and their families ran to the port in panic, trying to find a sail to leave the fallen city as soon as possible. The soldiers who came as reinforcements also felt that something was wrong and asked to leave on the ships again. Everyone scrambled to get on the ship, followed by the wailing cries of the defeated soldiers and their families. The entire harbor was filled with people, and order was in chaos. Many people fell into the sea during the pushing and shoving. Faced with this situation, the commander of the Navy did not know what to do and let the warships under his command rescue them. However, the pursuit of the Mapu Alliance fleet made the people who were eager to escape push each other, scrambling to climb onto the ships, causing 2 warships to capsize due to overload. The commander of the Navy felt that something was wrong and had to urgently order the fleet to leave the port. In the process, the soldiers and sailors fought, causing several warships to fail to successfully leave the port. At this time, the soldiers of the Mapu Alliance fleet had arrived, and like hungry wolves, they pounced on the Tarantum people who were trembling with fear, using spears and swords to kill them who had raised their hands in surrender. The flowing blood soon dyed the sea of the port red. The soldiers, sailors, and survivors of the Tarantum Navy could not bear to see this tragic scene and fled the port in a hurry, who knew that their disaster was far from over. Soon, they were intercepted by the Mapu United Navy, who had previously retreated. Although there were many ships in Tarantum, the fleet full of civilians lost speed and agility and became the target of the Mapu United Navy's warships. During the fierce battle, the Tarantum battleship was knocked over, but there were no ships to rescue the people who fell into the water. The sailors were frightened by the tragic scene in the port, and all they wanted to do was to go home. The two sides switched positions, and the remaining 45 warships and some troop ships of Tarantum left the battlefield. However, the victorious Mabok and Pratt Alliance fleet was still chasing them. On the fourth day after Polydorus asked for help from Dionia, the allied forces of Mecca and Prussia, who had recaptured Brindisi, advanced westward on a large scale after a short rest. By the afternoon, they had surrounded Manduria again. The entire city of Tarantum was in a state of panic. Messengers were sent to Dionia for help one after another. On the morning of the fifth day, Dionia's reinforcements finally set off. It was already the beginning of September, and the weather in the morning was beginning to turn cold. After saying goodbye to their families, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions gathered in the Victory Square. After counting the number of people, the commander Devers announced the departure. The whole army marched to the northwest of the city and came to the foot of the Temple of Hades. They knelt down and prayed devoutly. The bronze bell in the temple rang, and the priest in charge, Plazinas, led dozens of male and female priests of the Temple of Hades to sing the hymn of Hades for the soldiers and gave them blessings. If it was in other city-states, they might have the divine luck before the expedition, but the Devers canceled this procedure. He believed that war was a matter of life and death for the Alliance. Victory depended on strength, strict training, and careful planning, rather than relying on the illusory grace of God. He did not want the soldiers to develop this bad habit. After the prayer, the whole army turned east, went out of the city gate, and went straight to the port of Turiai. The soldiers' families and the people who saw them off lined up on both sides of the road to see off the troops. What made Polydorus sigh was that there were very few families who wept and did not want the soldiers to go to war. While they wished the soldiers safe, they also encouraged them to gain merit. The other people, on the other hand, were more envious of the soldiers' good luck. They were unconvinced that they would have performed better if they had gone. The people of Dionia love war. Polydorus had forgotten who told him this, but now it seemed that it was indeed different. He could not help but look at the commander Devers beside him. The 20-year-old young man showed a calmness and seriousness beyond his age. Plus, the people of Dionia had a commander who was good at fighting, which was why they could rise today. But under the pressure of the enemy's army, the strength of the Dionysian army made Polydorus feel a little more at ease, because the Dionysian army could be relied on. There were hundreds of cargo ships docked at the port, including those from Dionia, Tarantum, Metapontum, Heraclea, and even Castellan. Under the guidance of the port's management, the troops entered the various docks in an orderly manner. They boarded the ships under the command of the squad leaders and division leaders. Everything was in order. The passenger ship that Polydorus was on was the first to leave the port. He had to return to Tarantum to inform the Senate and get ready to receive the reinforcements from Dionia. He was accompanied by Antonius, who needed to negotiate with Tarantum about the Dionysian army's entry into the port, settlement, rations, and many other matters. Originally, this task should have been undertaken by Felicius, but after the Devers left Dionia, Turiai still needed someone to guard against any accidents. As the second in command of the army, Felicius was naturally the most suitable candidate. Felicius could not go, and the two commanders, Capys and Dracos, were people who only knew how to fight and were not good at socializing. Therefore, the Devers could only let the first commander of the 1st Legion, Antonius, be responsible for communication. In fact, the second commander, Alexis, was also a suitable candidate, but the Devers felt that compared to the slightly aloof Alexis, Antonius was a little more tactful. There were some special personnel of the Legion of Dionysia on this passenger ship, such as the Legion's engineers. As the Dionysian army's encampment in Tarentum had been determined in advance, the engineers would rush to the site first to inspect the terrain and plan in advance how to build the camp, the size of the camp, the layout of the tents, the width of the trenches, etc., so that the army could immediately start building the camp once they arrived at Tarentum. The soldiers stepped onto the shaky deck and placed the helmets, linen breastplates, round shields, greaves, spears, and javelins that weighed dozens of kilograms on their backs against the side of the ship, then waved goodbye to their relatives and friends on the shore. One by one, the ships sailed out of the port. In the morning, a strong northeasterly wind blew in the Taranto Bay. All the ships lowered their sails and sailed straight east with the help of the wind. From time to time, waves would hit the hull from the side and rear, splashing water and wetting the clothes of the soldiers, but it did not affect their mood at all. I heard that the people of Tarentum are very rich. This time, we helped them defeat those aborigines. Will they give us enough silver coins to thank us for our rescue? A new recruit said excitedly. Fool, do you know how many soldiers we have to go to Tarentum this time? It's 14,000 people. This does not include the cavalry brigade, the engineering battalion, the medical battalion. Even if Tarentum gives us dozens of talent, after deducting the amount that will be handed over to the Legion Fund, how much can be distributed to each of us? Another soldier warned him disapprovingly. You might as well kill a few more aborigines and accumulate a few more battle achievements so that the Alliance can give you a few more acres of land. Speaking of this war, I'm angry just thinking about it. Their 3 legions are lucky. They captured Asprustum and Grimentum. Why do they always have a war? Isn't it because most of them are Lacanians? It was not easy for us to go out to rescue the city-states in the south, but in the end, the Lacri people asked for peace before the war even started. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? This time, when we go to Tarentum, I hope those aborigines don't learn from the Lacri people and let us make a wasted trip again. Another soldier's words resonated with the surrounding soldiers and also aroused their concern. Don't worry, the Misapi are not as weak as the Lacri people. I heard that they are very fierce, and the people of Tarentum have never taken advantage of them. Otherwise, after such a long time, Tarentum would have established several sub-states in the vicinity. This time, the Misapi have joined forces with the Pachetti people and defeated Tarentum one after another. Their morale is high, and they might even have the intention to destroy Tarentum. Why would they negotiate with us? A soldier who knew the situation of Tarentum said, That's great. Only by defeating the Misapi can we show the power of our Dionia. We will become heroes and save Tarentum. A soldier announced loudly, causing the others to cheer excitedly. I heard that the women of Tarentum are all good-looking. When we become heroes, can we marry one of them? Someone joked. He was immediately pushed by someone else. Stop dreaming, Pershals. Those citizens of Tarentum are arrogant and have always looked down on the people of the other Greek city-states. Do you think they will marry their daughters to us, who are farmers in their eyes? Chapter 279. Well, the people of Tarentum aren't as obvious as Hebrus said, but they really don't like to interact with our Greek city-states. The soldier who knew Tarentum very well, Cyatarsus, answered seriously. The soldier who knew Tarentum very well, Cyatarsus, answered seriously. It's just that in recent years, because of the constant invasion of the Misapi, they proposed to establish a southern defense alliance in Greece to resist the indigenous barbarians together. Although the previous city-states, like Turiae and Crotto, have joined, everyone is actually not very enthusiastic. What right do these Tarentum people have to look down on us? Hebrus said loudly. Brothers, in fact, you don't know that the people of Tarentum say that they are the descendants of Sparta, but that is all false. They are the descendants of illegitimate children, the children of Sparta women and slaves. As soon as this was said, the soldiers were in an uproar. Most of them were born poor and had little education. Of course, It was impossible for them to understand the history of Tarentum. They asked in surprise, "Hebrews, is what you said true? The people of Tarentum are Sparta women and slaves." "Of course it's true. As long as you're a soldier of the original Turii citizens, you should know about this. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the Sparta men were fighting outside for a long time, and the women, how unbearable. They actually slept with the slaves. When the children were born and grew up, the Sparta men came back and found out about this. How could they bear this insult? So they drove them out of the city. So the people of Sparta built Tarentum not because they had a large population and insufficient food, and were forced to colonize, but for the stability and reputation of the city-state of Sparta. So it should not be the people of Tarentum who look down on us, but we who look down on them. A group of illegitimate children. A group? Hephaestus was mocking them smugly when he suddenly heard the people around him shouting, "Be careful! Get out of the way!" Before he could react, he received a heavy punch in the face. Suddenly, his vision turned black, and he fell forward. Fortunately, he was supported by his comrades behind him. "Hey, why did you hit people?" The surrounding soldiers were shocked and rushed forward to stop the angry soldier. "You shut up! Shut up! If you say another word, I'll beat you to death." The soldier's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Hephaestus. "Shut up, Prososus, you're crazy." As the team leader, Ceatharsis quickly stepped forward and angrily reprimanded the soldier who had injured him. "Picking a quarrel and beating up a comrade. You'll be punished by military law." At this moment, Hephaestus woke up. When he saw who it was, he was furious. "How dare you hit me? Brothers, beat him up for me. Beat this annoying rock." With that, he rushed over, pushed Ceatharsis aside, and started fighting with Prososus. A few soldiers were actually encouraged by him and joined in the fight. The ship was in a mess, and the noisy shouting naturally alerted Parmenius, who was also on the same ship. When he arrived with his men, Prososus had already knocked down the soldiers, including Hephaestus. "Prososus, do you want to be chased out of Dionia?" Parmenius' shout made Prososus, who was still angry, shudder. He thought of something and immediately stopped kicking people. He stood where he was with his hands behind his back. "Tie him up," Parmenius ordered. The soldiers hesitated and stepped forward. Prososus did not move and allowed them to pin him down on the deck. "Team leader," he started it. "I didn't provoke him, but he suddenly came up and punched me." Hephaestus pointed at the scar on his face and complained to Parmenius. "Don't say anything." Parmenius ignored him and asked Ceatharsis, the team leader, for the reason. His face immediately darkened. "Why did you beat up your comrade?" Parmenius shouted. Prososus's hands were tied behind his back, and he was forced to the ground. However, he did not say a word as Parmenius interrogated him. This time, Parmenius felt a headache coming on. Previously, many soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions had migrated to Cremissa and Asprostum, where Legio IV would be established. Hence, the 1st and 2nd Legions had to recruit more soldiers to fill the vacancies. Prososus was a registered foreigner who applied to become a probationary citizen. It was said that he came from Agos. Therefore, after he entered the recruit camp, his performance in training quickly amazed the instructors in the camp. This young man was not only physically strong, but he was also highly skilled. Whether it was a shield, a spear, a saber, or a javelin, he was also adept at marching and listening to orders. Some of the tactical movements unique to Dionia were also learned by him. He easily won first place in the recruit camp's grand tournament. The instructors were surprised by his military talent. The team officers of all levels also heard of his deeds and fought to get him to join their teams. Matones was also one of them. It was said that he used his connections with the Devers to finally get Prososus to join his team. He reminded Parmenius many times to focus on training him. However, Parmenius soon found out that Prososus had a huge shortcoming. He was not sociable. He performed well during training, but he did not like to talk during breaks. He rarely talked to his teammates and always sat alone at the side, thinking about something. His teammates gave him the nickname Stone and accused him of being arrogant. That was why Hephaestus had so many helpers during the fight, just now. It was obvious that the soldiers and the team did not like him. Very well, if you don't say it now, the military judge will let you say it when we get ashore. Parmenius said angrily and left. He still had to think about how to mention this to Matones. Prososus was tied to the mast. He did not care about the strange looks from the soldiers around him, nor did he care about the punishment. However, his eyes were still red. He lowered his head and tried not to cry. At this moment, he thought of his mother. Prososus was not his real name. He was Leotychides, the son of the former king of Sparta, Arsis. His mother chose to commit suicide because of the rumors, and he finally made up his mind to leave Sparta. When he was looking for a place to stay, he found that there were not many places for him to choose from. The eastern Mediterranean Sea was now the world of Sparta. Persia, which was at war with Sparta, might be a good place to go. However, although Leotychides wanted to take revenge on Sparta, he did not want to ruin the reputation of himself and his father. He did not want the people to believe that his uncle Agesilaus was the right choice to inherit the throne. The western Mediterranean Sea was out of the reach of Sparta. There were many Greek city-states, but he still hoped that one day he could cause trouble for Sparta, who humiliated him and caused his mother's death. Therefore, there were only a few city-states he could choose from. Syracuse was one, but it was an ally of Sparta. Carthage was another, but it was a foreign race and could not speak the language. Moreover, Leotychides knew nothing about it. In the end, he chose Dionia because Phoebidas complained to the council of elders about Dionia's rudeness to Sparta when he was sent to Dionia. However, he was at the meeting and was very curious about this city-state alliance that dared to look down on Sparta. Before that, the censor Chrysippus had recommended to the council of elders a foreigner with extraordinary military talent, and this person was the current consul of Dionia. Leotychides clearly remembered that his uncle had also expressed concern about this person. When he found an opportunity to escape from Sparta and came to Great Greece, he found that Dionia had great influence in Great Greece. It was almost the most powerful city-state alliance in southern Italy, and had only been less than 2 years since its establishment. Leotychides was surprised by the rapid rise of Dionia, so he stayed at the port of Thurii to observe. After learning about the past deeds of Dionia, the unique city-state management system, and the urban customs, especially after witnessing a triumphant victory, he had a vague premonition that one day, this city-state alliance would fulfill his wish. He felt that he had come to the right place, so he decided to live incognito and stay in Dionia. He took some of the gold and silver that his father, Arches, had secretly stored in Crete to maintain his living expenses. He applied to the alliance to become a citizen of Dionia. Thanks to the cruel agog training he received from Sparta since he was a child, he stood out in the recruit training of Dionia. He even obtained the official citizenship of the legion before becoming a probationary citizen. But he was obsessed with the grief of his mother's death and had an unforgettable hatred for the people of Sparta, so he could not integrate into this new group. The word illegitimate child was simply taboo to him. No wonder he would go crazy when he heard it. The Bay of Tarentum was shaped like a gourd. 2 naturally formed arc-shaped bays were stacked together. It not only expanded the capacity of the port, but also made it safer. The people of Tarentum had reinforced the opening of the gourd bay and the narrowing of the waist, building 2 water gates to strengthen the defense of the port. At this moment, the first water gate was wide open, and countless troop ships filed in. Under the guidance and supervision of dozens of patrol ships from Tarentum, they sailed to the northwest corner of the bay one after another. The coastline of the entire bay was quite long. The city of Tarentum was located in the southeast corner of the bay, so it could not include the land defense of the bay. Therefore, Tarentum arranged for the garrison of Dionia reinforcements to be stationed in the northwest corner of the bay. This was the place where Tarentum's control over the bay was the weakest, and it was also the intention of letting the people of Dionia help defend the bay. Debreus's ships sailed through the first water gate. The originally stormy sea was calm here, and he could not help but sigh. Although the port of Thurii had built a breakwater and excavated and widened inward, the port was still a little crowded. It was inevitable that ships would be damaged during storms. Unlike the bay here, There was no need to worry about these problems at all. It was a natural and excellent port. I wonder what the port of Crotone, another famous good port in the great Greek city-states, looks like. Note, I have some time today, so I want to talk about Urchita and history. The information I have collected is mostly about his achievements in mathematics, and there are only a few words about other aspects. He was known as the Pericles of Great Greece. After serving as the consul of Tarentum for many years, Tarentum remained prosperous and powerful in the Apulia region for more than 10 years. But please note that even during this prosperous period, Brindisi and Manduria have never been occupied by Tarentum, which means that the prosperity of Tarentum was defensive. He also invited Plato to Tarentum as a guest when he was rejected by Dionysius II. Plato once thought that Urchita was the expected philosophical king in the utopia he described because the Pythagorean school not only inherited mathematics, but also had its own philosophical ideas. Urchita finally died in a shipwreck, and it was said that his body was only fished up after centuries. Chapter 280. The Devers let their imagination run wild. Instead of sailing northwest with the fleet, they went straight forward, passed through the second water gate, and headed for the real port of Tarentum. Although it was wartime, the port of Tarentum was still very busy, even more than usual. Due to the continuation of the war, Tarentum's demand for various materials had increased. Therefore, despite the full assistance of the port staff, it still took a long time for the Devers ship to dock. The Devers were not in a hurry. He carefully observed the port, comparing the differences with the port of Turin when they got ashore. The Devers, especially the fully armored guards led by Marcius, attracted the attention of many people of Tarentum. They stopped what they were doing and looked curiously. Some people who knew the inside story guessed that they might be Dionia's reinforcements, but no one expressed a welcome, let alone the cheers that were common in the port of Turin. They just watched indifferently, and some even showed sadness in their eyes. The Devers noticed that many women had black cloth on their heads. The shadow of the defeat of the war had shrouded the people of Tarentum. The people of the Senate of Tarentum did not go to the port to welcome them out of the reservation of an old and powerful state. Instead, they waited at the city gate. "They're here!" With this shout, everyone perked up and looked forward. A young man walked toward them. His expression was calm, his steps steady, and his whole body exuded a sense of stability that was far different from the average young man. However, as the consul of the city-state alliance, he was indeed too young. Amarchus touched Diomedes, who was still deep in thought, and was about to remind him. Diomedes understood what he meant and said, "Don't say it, I understand. We have a favor to ask." After that, he strode forward and said, "Welcome, young consul of Dionia. We are waiting for the arrival of reinforcements from our close ally, Dionia, like a dry field waiting for rain. Thank the gods, you are finally here." Amarchus frowned, worried that the Devers would be unhappy to hear this. Who would have thought that Davus would immediately say apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I believe that you are aware that the Dionia alliance has only been established for less than 2 years, and this is the first time that we have sent reinforcements of nearly 20,000 soldiers, which is almost 2/3 of the tourist population. Moreover, it is the autumn harvest season, and this is the first time that we have transported so many soldiers across the sea. The affairs are too complicated, and we are inexperienced. That is why we have only arrived today. I hope that there are no delays." "Not too late. Not too late. You came at the right time," Yamaka's hurriedly said. "I really didn't expect Dionysia to send such a large team. This is really a great help to us. Lord Devers, the people of Tarentum are very grateful for your generous rescue." At this moment, Polydorus had the opportunity to interject and introduce, "Lord Devers, this is Marcus, the consul of Tarentum." Judging from his words just now, this consul at least had a good impression of Dionia. The Devers bowed solemnly. "This is Diomedes, the consul of Tarentum." Polydorus continued to introduce. As for this, Devers glanced at him. He had long and narrow eyes, a thin nose, thin lips, and a serious expression. He had a mean look, and it was obvious that he was biased against Dionia. According to Aristoteles' intelligence, There were many such people in the Senate of Tarentum, but the Devers still bowed and greeted him solemnly. Next, they greeted the senators of the Senate of Tarentum. The Senate of Tarentum came from the Sparta Council of Elders, but compared to the Sparta Council of Elders that only had 30 seats, there were many more senators in Tarentum. Moreover, the senators of the Tarentum Senate were the same as the consul, elected by all the citizens every year. This is, before Polydorus could finish, the old man in front of him raised his eyebrows and glared at the Devers. He pointed at them and scolded. "You still have the face to come to Tarentum? Back then, you swore to promote our school in Amandara, so we sent apprentices to Amandara to help you. Who knew that not only did you make them betray the school, but you also made them use money to tempt more apprentices to leave Tarentum? To think that my son regarded you as a friend. Is this how you repay the selfless help of the Pythagorean school to Dionia? Let me tell you, you are not welcome in Tarentum." The Devers did not expect to meet someone from the Pythagorean school here. He was a little embarrassed and quickly looked back at Polydorus. "This is Urchita's father, Histiaves," Polydorus replied. The Devers was moved. He took a step forward, and regardless of how unhappy the old man was, he bowed respectfully. "Urchita was a good friend of mine. I will definitely avenge him, defeat the Misapi, and bring back his body. I hope you can restrain your grief, uncle. We don't need Dionia's help. We, Tarentum, can also defeat the Misapi and take back my son's body." Histiaves' eyes were filled with tears, but he was still stubborn. At this moment, a cavalryman galloped over, shouting repeatedly along the way, "The fleet is back! The fleet is back!" Upon hearing the news, the Senate elders immediately abandoned the Devers and ran to the port. Polydorus hurriedly explained to him. The Devers listened and expressed understanding and offered to go and see the situation together. Standing on a high place outside the port and looking down at the beach, warships were lining up and slowly entering the most crowded central port of Tarentum. Polydorus' eyes widened as he counted the number of ships. The more he counted, the more flustered he became. In the end, his voice was trembling. Only 19 warships, 25 passenger ships. If the Devers had not held him in time, he would have collapsed to the ground. The Devers also frowned. According to Polydorus, the Tarentum fleet had 80 warships, 100 troop ships, and 4,000 soldiers when it left the port. Now, only 1/4 of the ships had returned. Tarentum's losses were huge. Not only the warships and soldiers, but also the sailors. A full crew of a 3-decker or warship required nearly 200 sailors. One could imagine how much manpower this had caused to the port of Tarentum. This also gave the Devers a warning. Before obtaining absolute control of the sea, use ships to transport soldiers to fight across the sea must be very careful. Everyone in the port was in great grief. Even though they were so far away, the Devers could still hear the deafening cries. Even though he was used to seeing life and death, he could not help but feel a little moved. Polydorus was still stretching his neck to look forward, hoping that there were still warships that had not entered the port in time. In the end, he finally gave up and held the Devers' hands tightly. He said repeatedly, "Master Devers, Tarentum really needs the full help of Dionia." Daves nodded and thought to himself, including this naval battle, the war between Tarentum and Misapi has probably resulted in tens of thousands of casualties among the Tarentum soldiers, and it has indeed been a serious blow to the bones. As the Senate of Tarentum was busy dealing with the aftermath, the joint operations meeting that was about to be held had to be postponed. The Devers did not care. They could go back and build the camp with the soldiers. The defeat of a major naval battle would affect many aspects. Compensating the casualties was only the most basic. They were also repairing the remaining warships, speeding up the reconstruction of the new fleet, appeasing the merchants in the port, making sure that the sea trade route had not been cut off by the enemy, and so on. These complicated aftermath matters could not be solved in a day or two, but the urgent war situation forced Tarentum to temporarily put it aside the next day. It was necessary to immediately convene a joint operations meeting to launch a land counterattack against the Misapi coalition as soon as possible to reduce the enemy's threat to Tarantum. Considering that he had neglected the Consul of Dionia because of the unexpected incident yesterday, Amarcus decided to invite him personally. Amarcus rode to the northwest corner of the bay, and the scene in front of him surprised him. In front of him stood a huge military camp with trenches, fences, camp gates, sentry towers, tents. It had only been a day, and the people of Dionia had built a city in this relatively sparsely populated area. This efficiency was too high. Of course, Amarcus did not know that because Dionia attached great importance to the construction of camps during battle under the initiative of the Devers, the Army engineers had standardized some of the camp facilities after research and repeated tests. For example, the materials needed for the camp gates and sentry towers were made in Turii in advance and transported by ships from the supply camp. When they arrived at the destination, they were assembled according to the actual situation. This saved time and effort, and they could be taken away when the camp was pulled out. Of course, the premise was that there must be a strong logistics transportation capability and better road conditions. While Amarcus was in shock, he heard someone calling him. When he took a closer look, it was Tamias, a theater owner in Tarantum. He could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you here?" "Of course, to do business." Tamias pointed to a few coquettishly dressed women beside him and said helplessly, "The war with Misapi has failed, so the citizens are not in the mood to watch the show, nor are they in the mood to play with the girls. I have not earned any income for 2 months now. I heard that nearly 20,000 people of Dionia's reinforcements have arrived, so I especially came to see if there is any opportunity to earn money, but the guards here actually did not let us in." Chapter 281. What's wrong with war? Before every war, I, Tamias, did not provide good service to the soldiers. Even you, Umakas, I have served you more than once, and I have never seen you say that it affects your rest. After Tamias finished speaking in a loud and righteous manner, a few women also threw flirtatious glances at Amakas and chimed in to support him. Okay, if you want to stay here, then stay here. I still have urgent matters to attend to." Umakas was anxious and angry, but it was not good to lose his temper in public. After he finished speaking angrily, he drove his horse forward and asked the guards to go in and report. "Master Umakas, when you see the Consul of Dionia, can you help us and let us in?" Seeing that Umakas was about to enter the camp, Tamias came up with a cheeky smile. Umakas ignored him and went straight in. When the Devers left the camp, Tamias and the women still wanted to surround them, but they were driven aside by the guards led by Marcius. He was so angry that he cursed. Umakas pretended not to hear, but the Devers laughed. He pointed to a noisy area in front of the camp and said, "The minds of the people of Tarantum are flexible. We just built the camp yesterday, and today a lively market has automatically formed here. To be honest, it has provided great convenience for our army to obtain the necessary materials, but prostitution is strictly prohibited in the army. According to the military law of Dionia, offenders will be deprived of their citizenship. Therefore, even if that person walks into the military camp, no one dares to violate the military law to contact him." Umakas blushed slightly, smiled, and sighed. "Your military law is strict. No wonder your military record is outstanding." The location of the war conference was on the outskirts of Tarantum in Amaka's manor. In the conference room, the Devers not only met Diomyras, but also Tryphias, one of the consul of Heraclea, and Tedepras, one of the consul of Metapontum. Diomyras still had the same expression as yesterday. At least he didn't say anything. It was probably the bad news of the Marine's fiasco that destroyed his morale. Tudpers greeted the Devers very politely, behaving according to the rules. Tryphias, on the other hand, was shaking hands and hugging Daves, talking and laughing. After all, Heraclea was right next to Amendola. When the Devers led the mercenary army to establish a foothold in Amendola, they had already established contact with Heraclea. In less than 2 years, they had established a close relationship. After everyone sat down, Amarcus said solemnly. Sirs, thank you for providing us with selfless help when Tarentum was in trouble. On behalf of the Senate of Tarentum and the people of Tarentum, Diomedes, and I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, Amarcus saluted the three of them seriously. Diomedes reluctantly followed suit and bowed. The three Devers also returned the gesture politely. After this ceremony, they entered the main topic. Diomedes stood up and said, There are less than 4,000 soldiers stationed in Mandulia. It has been besieged by the Mapu Alliance for 2 days. According to reliable sources, the Mapu Alliance has 30,000 soldiers. If we don't take action immediately, Mandulia will suffer the same fate as Brindisi. The Senate of Tarentum has made a decision to send us to rescue Mandulia immediately and look for an opportunity to fight the Mapu Alliance. Is there anything that you disagree with? His gaze swept past Tadepras, Tryphias, and finally fell on the Devers. As the subordinate city-states of Tarentum, Heraclea, and Metapontum had always been obedient. Therefore, Diomedes' question was of course directed at Dionia. The two consuls gave an affirmative answer, but the Devers did not speak immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the side of Amarcus. There was a detailed map of Tarentum on the wooden table in front of him. It could clearly be seen that Mandulia was marked not far to the south of Tarentum. He gestured with his finger and asked, How far is Mandulia from here? Less than 50 miles, Amarcus replied. 50 miles. The Devers estimated that according to the normal marching speed of the Legion of Dionysia of 15 miles per hour, they could reach it in 3 hours. Mandulia was located on a coastal corridor. On one side was the sea, and on the other side was a forest. However, Mandulia was not located on the coast, but in the forest. However, Tarentum was not far to the north. The Mesopi must have considered the naval strength of Tarentum when building this city, so they made full use of their strengths and avoided their weaknesses. How wide is this place? The Devers stuck the corridor on the map with 2 fingers. The narrowest is 6 miles, Amarcus replied. 6 miles. The formation of 30,000 soldiers had long exceeded this length. The Devers thought for a moment and asked, How many soldiers is Tarentum going to send? Amarcus was about to answer, but Diomedes could not hold back anymore and shouted, Quickly decide whether you agree to send troops or not. Don't waste our time by asking this and that. Diomedes, Amarcus shouted hurriedly, afraid that his words would anger the Devers. Diomedes had just seen that the Devers not only did not show any respect to him as a consul, but also acted as if he was the host of this meeting, as if there was no one else present. At this moment, he remembered the warnings of the Senate elders and the dangerous situation of Tarentum. He snorted coldly and swallowed his anger. The Devers looked calm. He looked at Diomedes and said slowly, Starting a war is not only related to the life and death of a citizen soldier, but it is also related to the rise and fall of a city-state. As the decision-makers of the war, we must carefully consider it clearly. Does Tarentum have a chance to experience another failure? The others were moved by the words of the Devers. Diomedes snorted again and muttered carefully, This is just an excuse for your timidity. The Devers chuckled and did not speak. Timidity? The others present would not agree with Diomedes' words. After all, the battles commanded by the Devers in the past had always been won with fewer troops. This had already proven everything. On the other hand, when Tarentum attacked the Mapu Alliance army previously, they eagerly urged the reinforcements of Dionia. Who was the timid one? Amarcus saw Tryphias winking at Tadepras with some sarcasm on his face. He could not keep his face anymore and quickly came out to smooth things over. Sir Devers, please forgive Diomedes' rudeness. He is also anxious about the current terrible situation of Tarentum, so he spoke impulsively without thinking. Amarcus apologized and winked at Diomedes. Diomedes held his breath. He did not apologize, but he did not speak again. Tarentum will send 10,000 soldiers to battle. Amarcus immediately said, With your reinforcements, the total strength of the army will reach 27,000, which is not much different from the number of the Mapu Alliance army. After the siege of Manduria is lifted, the number of soldiers in Tarentum will increase to 14,000. The total army will have 31,000 people. This is a very large number. It would not be a problem to repel the Mapu Alliance army. It would be best if things develop as you said, but the Devers forcefully pointed at the icon of Manduria on the map. What if the Mapu Alliance army retreats instead of fighting with us? Have you considered it? This is impossible. The Masapi are easily angered and tyrannical. They love to fight and see retreat as cowardice. Diamyras immediately retorted. The Masapi can join forces with the Pachetti to ambush Urchita. Obviously, they do not only know how to fight. When they arrived at Tarentum, the Devers also understood the truth of Urchita's defeat. At this time, he patiently analyzed. As far as I know, the Masapi's infantry is not as good as our heavy infantry. I believe the Pachetti are even more so. Their cavalry is strong, but the territory of Manduria is narrow. If the two sides engage in a battle, it will not be beneficial for their cavalry to attack, but for our heavy infantry. Smart people will not consider this. This may be their ideal battlefield. The Devers pointed to the relatively large gap between Manduria and Brindisi. There was no sign of a forest there. However, once the enemy retreats, we will rendezvous with Manduria's garrison. Our strength will increase again. The Mapu Alliance army will face a difficult choice. It is not impossible for them to choose to retreat directly. The Devers reminded again. That makes sense. Tryphias nodded in agreement. Heraclia's strength was not very strong. They had already suffered a lot of losses when they followed Tarentum to conquer the Masapi region. Of course, he hoped that they could force the Masapi people to retreat without losing a single soldier. It was fine as long as they successfully fulfilled their obligations as allies. Tadepras also had the same mentality. Amarkas and Diamyras looked at each other with worry on their faces. They both knew in their hearts that if the Mapu Alliance army really chose to retreat, as Devers said, it would not be a good thing for Tarentum. The Greek city-states often organized an army of tens of thousands of people to go out to fight. After all, after a long time, not only would they consume a lot of resources, but a large number of citizens would not be in the country for a long time. Most of the city-state's affairs would be abandoned. Before the war ended, the order in the city-state would be in chaos, and the houses and fields would be empty. Therefore, so far, only Athens, Sparta, and Syracuse had the ability to fight for a long time. They all had the support of a powerful city-state alliance. Chapter 282. If the Mapu Alliance dares to retreat, we will destroy Brindisi. I don't believe that these indigenous people will ignore us. Diamyras shouted fiercely. The Devers looked at him in surprise. This was indeed a good idea. He noticed that Diamyras used the word destroy. Obviously, this seemingly ill-tempered consul of Tarentum was wise to realize that even if Tarentum recaptured Brindisi, with the current strength of Tarentum, it would not be able to defend it. Instead, it would increase the number of casualties. Brindisi, which had experienced many battles, should not have a strong defense. If the Mapu Alliance did not stop them, they believed that they could easily destroy it. But could the Messapians, who had worked so hard to recapture Brindisi, accept it? Diamyra's idea had undoubtedly hit the Messapians' weak spot. For the Devers, the strength of Tarentum had been severely damaged. If the Messapians and Pachetti were allowed to continue to wreak havoc and expand, the Greek area in the east of southern Italy would be in great trouble. With the strength of Dionia, the Devers, who had regarded southern Italy as Dionia's backyard, certainly did not want to see such a bad situation happen. Therefore, he led 14,000 soldiers to Tarentum not for a vacation, but for the same purpose as the Tarentum Senate, to defeat the Mapu Alliance. Moreover, both sides had equal numbers. The Devers firmly believed that with the ability of the Legion of Dionysia, the final victory would belong to Dionia. Therefore, he finally said, I agree with Sir Diamyra's proposal. Dionia is willing to reinforce Manduria. This time, it was Diamyra's turn to look at the Devers in surprise. That's great. Since everyone has reached an agreement, we will attack together while we are in the sun formation. Eumaeus took the opportunity to speak. "Time is tight," Tryphaeus complained. "Wait a minute." Diomedes stood up, looked at everyone, and said loudly, "There's a saying in the port of Tarentum. No matter how many sailors there are, they must listen to the helmsman's command in order to reach the destination smoothly. By the same logic, we need a commander for such a huge army. Everyone has to listen to his commands so that there won't be any chaos during battle." Diomedes is right. The Maple Alliance is very strong. We have to unite and follow orders to fight. Only then can we win. Therefore, it is necessary to elect a commander-in-chief to command all of our troops. Amarcus immediately added, "Of course, all the plans and orders are not decided by this commander-in-chief alone. They still require everyone to discuss and agree before they can be carried out unless it's an emergency." Amarcus looked at Divers. These words were clearly meant for him. "Everyone here is a commander from your respective city-state armies. I suggest that everyone vote for the person you think is the most suitable, including yourself. The person with the most votes will be the commander-in-chief." "Who is the commander of Tarentum's expedition?" Devers asked. "It's Archon Diomedes of Tarentum." Amarcus took the opportunity to praise his colleague. "His military ability is stronger than Urchitas. He has led troops to fight against the Misapi many times in the past, so he was elected as an Archon by the citizens of Tarentum this year. Previously, he had captured Manduria and Brindisi with Urchita. He is very familiar with the area where we are about to fight. I believe he can lead the alliance to victory." After praising Diomedes, he certainly understood that there was another meaning in the Devers question, so he quickly explained, "I won't participate in the voting. I will be the arbitrator of this election." The two Archons of Tarentum answered in unison. It sounded fair, but it had already shown their determination to win the commander-in-chief. Voting to decide, the Devers sneered in his heart. Heraclea and Metapontum are all subordinate city-states of Tarentum. It is impossible for me to win other than my own vote. The Devers had already made up his mind. Even if Tarentum obtained the command of the entire army, no one else could command his army except himself. Reasonable orders could be considered, and unreasonable orders could be ignored. However, this way, the army, which was originally a combination of multiple city-states, would be even more scattered. It would be very difficult to win in such a large-scale battle. Therefore, he decided to fight. I don't think it's appropriate to use this method to decide the commander-in-chief. War is a very cruel thing. After a battle, thousands of people are killed or injured. A good general can reduce the casualties of his soldiers as much as possible and obtain the greatest victory with the smallest price. Therefore, the choice of commander-in-chief depends on the ability and past achievements of the selected person. There is another point that must be taken into account. We are a joint army of multiple city-states. Although everyone said that they have to listen to the command, when it comes to battle, they will more or less consider more for their city-state army. This is inevitable. Therefore, the more soldiers who can completely listen to the commander-in-chief's command, the more smoothly they can lead the battle. The Devers glanced at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "Based on the above considerations, I think I am the most suitable commander-in-chief." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Diomedes jumped up and shouted, "How much battle experience do you, a kid who hasn't even grown a beard, have? You actually want to be the supreme commander? This is impossible. The soldiers of the Dionysian army are as young and stupid as you. How can they be compared to the Tarentum militia who have been fighting the ferocious Misapi all year round?" Faced with Diomedes' insults, Divers calmly spat out a sentence. "As a commander, you must have a calm mind in order to deal with complicated battlefield situations. Just based on this point alone, you are not qualified." Diomedes was enraged again and wanted to curse. At this time, Amarcus stood up to stop him. From the bottom of his heart, he also felt that the Devers were the most suitable candidate for the supreme commander, but the Tarentum Senate elders asked him to try his best to fight for this position out of political considerations. This was because the war with Misapi had already caused great damage to Tarentum's vitality. If he lost the command in the next battle, what would Heraclea and Metapontum think? What would the other Greek city-states think? Would they think that Tarantum was not strong enough and could only rely on Dionia? The arrogant Tarantum people could not afford to lose face like this. Sir Devers has made another suggestion. Since we are a coalition army, the armies of the city-states should be equal. In order to save time, I think we should let the Sirs vote to decide whether to adopt Sir Devers' suggestion or my previous suggestion. Let's vote now. Embark has had a smile on his face, but his words were quite decisive and cunning. He used words to hold back the Devers. At this time, the conference room fell into a brief silence. I agree with Embark's suggestion. Diomyras spoke first. The Devers opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not speak. Embark was secretly delighted. The Devers did not object. Diomyras becoming the supreme commander was finally done. I agree with Sir Devers' suggestion. A voice suddenly broke the silence in the room and also shattered Embark's fantasy. The two Tarantum commanders and the Devers looked at the person who spoke almost at the same time. Triphias? How could it be Triphias? Embark had a look of disbelief. Triphias, say it again. Who do you support? Diomyras was willing to believe that he had heard wrongly. He asked Triphias to make a choice again, but his tone was quite impolite. Triphias was also quite nervous. He avoided Diomyras' aggressive gaze and turned to look at the equally surprised Devers. He forced a smile. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. Tarantum is beginning to decline. Is Heraclea starting to cling to Dionia for its own safety? In fact, the Devers only guessed one of the reasons. More importantly, Heraclea's consul Triphias had already felt that the alliance of the two fierce races, Mesapi and Pachetti, would make it more difficult for the weakened Tarantum to defend his territory. Previously, the people in the city of Heraclea had complained about the casualties of the Heraclea militia that followed the Tarantum army, and such situations would only increase in the future. To change this situation, the only way was to find a way to jump away from the dilapidated old ship of Tarantum. Dionia, which was closer to Heraclea, was undoubtedly a better shelter. Of course, the Devers could not think so much at the moment, but he was overjoyed that Heraclea took the initiative to seek refuge. No matter how long the friendship and alliance was, it was not as reliable as interests and strength. The Devers sighed in his heart. He smiled and nodded at Triphias. The consul Devers of Dionia has never failed in the battles that he has participated in. He is a famous general whose name shakes the south. I firmly support him to be the commander-in-chief. Triphias' tone was even more determined. I recommend myself to be the commander-in-chief. The Devers followed up. Originally, he did not have any hope for this kind of voting, but he did not expect Triphias to give him a big surprise. The current situation was 1-2. Embark did not expect the situation to become like this. What was worse than being the commander-in-chief was Heraclea's attitude towards the Tarantum alliance. His heart was in a mess, and he could no longer hide his inner emotions. He looked at Triphias with the same resentment. On the other hand, Diomyras was more concerned about the election this time. He turned his eyes to Tadepris. With his vote, the young man's vote is 2-2. Embark, as the arbitrator, will find a way to help me get the command of the army. Chapter 283. Diomyras felt a little uneasy. I abstain, Tadepris said reluctantly. What did you say? Diomyras lost his composure and knocked the chair over. I abstain. Tadepris' affirmation was like a bolt from the blue that fell on Embark's head. He could only feel his vision turning black. In the end, Devers became the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. He also invited Umakas to be his adjutant, which made it easier for him to coordinate and command, and also gave the people of Tarantum a way out. As soon as the meeting ended, Triphias followed Devers closely. The two of them chatted and laughed as they left the room. Tadepris walked behind hesitantly. Diomyras caught up to him and questioned, Tadepris, what do you mean? Are you going to betray our alliance too? Looking at Diomyras' flushed face, the Archon of Metapontum sighed and said guiltily, to the north of Metapontum, upstream of the Bradano River, there's a city called Galagusso where the Lucaria tribe gathers. We used to have conflicts with these Lucaria people, but they were all small problems. However, in the past 2 years, the conflicts have intensified. According to the information we received, the main reason is because the Lucaria people in Galagusso are increasing. The barren mountains there can't support more people. It's said that some tribes are arguing and moving south to get more land. If they really move south, it will be a big problem for us, Metapontum. If the Lucaria people dare to invade Metapontum's land, Tarantum will definitely help you defeat these natives. Diamyras blurted out. With Tarantum's current situation, are you prepared for a long war with the Lucaria people? Tadepras asked. Diamyras was speechless. Now, Tarantum had two major enemies, Masapi and Pachetti. They were already at their limit. If they were to provoke the Lucaria people, not to mention the Senate, any citizen of Tarantum would think twice. I heard that when Dionia celebrated the completion of the Temple of Pluto Hades, the Lucarians of Galagusso went to Turii to express their wish for peace to Dionia. Therefore, Dionia occupied more than half of the Lucanian lands and had become the most important power there. No Lucanian tribe dared to ignore it. I think that if Dionia protests to Galagusso, the Lucanians of Galagusso will think twice. The people of Metapontum hope to avoid war. Metalopontum can't help you defend against the Masapi while facing the Lucanians at the same time. Tadepras tactfully expressed Metalopontum's sacrifice for Tarantum. He then said to Diamyras apologetically, I'm just a commander-in-chief. Lord Devers is good at fighting, and Tarantum is in desperate need of a victory. Isn't this just right? Metalopontum will always be Tarantum's best ally. Tadepras knew that he couldn't be as reckless as Tryphius. After all, Heraclea was only established more than 30 years ago. Its relationship with Tarantum wasn't that strong and complicated. Moreover, it was so close to Dionia's territory. Metalopontum was different. It had more than 200 years of friendship with Tarantum. Most of the citizens of the two countries were close or distant relatives. It wasn't something that could be broken just like that. Seeing Tadepras leave, the anger in Diamyra's heart still couldn't dissipate. Amarcus came up and comforted him. Since Devers has become the supreme commander of the Allied forces, he has no choice but to let his army go all out when fighting the Masapi. Otherwise, it will damage his reputation. It seems like it's a good thing. Diamyras snorted, but he didn't lose his temper again. He was a little at a loss. The reason why he could become a consul was because of the rapid rise of Dionia, which stimulated the people of Tarantum. His radical ideas were recognized by the people and passed at the citizens' assembly. It was the first large-scale attack on the Masapi in Tarantum's history that disregarded the lives of its citizens. However, he didn't expect that Tarantum's strength might have frightened its neighbors. It actually caused the two races that had always been in conflict and never united to unite, causing Tarantum to fall into its current predicament. The most important issue now is that we must convene a Senate meeting immediately. Tell the senators that Heraclea and Metalopontum's attitude towards Tarantum has changed. Amarcus looked serious. Diamyra's heart shook, and then he became gloomy. In just a few months, Tarantum's status as a powerful state is facing a huge threat. How did it become like this? Is it really as that damn young man said? That war is related to the rise and fall of a city-state? But why did Dionia, which was established less than 2 years ago, never stop fighting, but become stronger and stronger? At the same time, in the big tent of the Masapi coalition army camp outside the city of Manduria, the archons of the various Masapi city-states and King Tremoni of Pachetti were discussing the newly received news. Are you sure that Tarantum has more than 10,000 foreign soldiers as reinforcements? Tremoni asked with a solemn expression. This news was spread by our people who sneaked into the port of Tarantus. For this reason, Sir Tamagarath specially sent cavalry to take the risk of exploring near the port of Tarantum. There is indeed a huge military camp built there. To be precise, it should be the reinforcements sent by Tarantum's ally, Dionia, said Pacimorus, consul of Ude. Dionia, that's a city-state alliance that was established on the west side of Taranto Bay. I heard that their consul is a young man and has never lost a battle, said Calminus, the consul of Ugintum. Ugintum was directly south of Tarentum, on the east coast of Terranova Bay, so he knew more about Dionia on the west coast than other Misapi city-states. Never lost a battle. How many battles has this Dionia consul participated in? The head of the military genius of Tarentum, Urchita, who was previously praised by the Greeks, is still hanging on the gate of Brindisi. Tremoni said disdainfully. He looked at Pisimarus, the leader of the Misapi city-states, and said cautiously, but that Dionia is more than 10,000 reinforcements are a big problem. We have attacked Manduria for 2 days without any progress, and we have lost a lot of warriors. This damn city, you built it too sturdy back then. Now that Tarentum has reinforcements, they will definitely reinforce Manduria. Their forces will not be less than ours, and we are tired from fighting for days. I suggest that we retreat for the time being. Those Greek foreigners can't stay in Tarentum for long anyway. After they leave, it won't be too late for us to take Manduria. Your Majesty is right. Our warriors have been fighting continuously, and there are many casualties. Food is running out. Manduria is not something that can be taken in a day or two. The enemy's reinforcements are coming soon. If we fight the enemy head-on at this time, we will not have the advantage. Retreat is the best way. The generals behind Tremoni expressed their support. The Misapi consul exchanged glances. Indeed, Manduria was not like Brindisi. It was originally established as a frontier base for the Misapi to defend and attack Tarentum. So although the city was small, the walls were high and strong. However, the Misapi consul believed that Pacetti did not want to fight again because they had already enjoyed the sweetness of the covenant. After recapturing Brindisi, Misapi and Pacetti would jointly manage one of the most important port cities at the toe of the Apennine Peninsula. From then on, the Pacetti could also enjoy the benefits of sea trade. They did not want to pay anymore under the pretext of the difficulty of attacking the city. They wanted to renege on their debt. Pachymerus did not accuse Tremoni of wanting to break the covenant. Instead, he said calmly, "King of the Pacetti, with your shrewdness, you should be able to see that if we retreat at this time, then the victory we have achieved before will be lost again. The people of Tarentum will never stop attacking just because they have saved Manduria. Brindisi will be their next target. Can Brindisi's small garrison and broken walls resist the army of Tarentum? And once we retreat, it will be impossible to gather such a large coalition army in a short time. At that time, we can only watch our people in Brindisi being slaughtered by the Greeks or become their slaves." Tremoni was stunned. Just now, he had the mentality of only taking advantage of the situation and not losing out. He did not consider this point. More than 2,000 Pacetti had just moved to Brindisi. Seeing that he did not speak, Pachymerus continued, "In addition, we have made such a great effort and sacrificed the lives of many warriors to make Tarentum suffer such heavy losses that it has never suffered before. According to the information we received, now the strong citizens of Tarentum are either dead or disabled. Most of the people who can fight are young and old citizens. If we can still inflict heavy losses on Tarentum in the next battle, Tarentum will not be able to resist our attack for a long time. Although it will be very difficult for us to capture Tarentum, the land outside the city, especially the land to the west, will belong to us, Misapi and Pacetti." Tremoni was tempted. He rubbed his hands together and thought for a while before he slowly said, "If we really want to continue fighting, we can't have a head-on battle with the reinforcements of Tarentum. The Greek heavy infantry in formation is like a rock. It's too hard to bite. You are a commander who has been on the battlefield for a long time. We will listen to your advice on how to fight next." Pachymerus lowered his posture and said humbly. This made Tremoni very satisfied. Chapter 284. After all, the Dionia barracks were close to the city of Tarentum and far from the battlefield, so there was no need to build a complex and strong structure. Therefore, when the Devers attended the combat meeting the next day, the entire barracks was in a state of rest. According to the military law, during non-war times, one person from each squad in the barracks could be given leave to go out and must return before sunset. Now that they were in a state of semi-war, it was uncertain when the army would go to the battlefield. Therefore, Antonios, who was also the military affairs officer, issued an order. All soldiers who went out could only wander around the barracks and must return when they heard the bugle. The soldiers were not idle in the barracks. Most of them were keen on some confrontational games, which were organized by the upper echelons of the army, such as tug-of-war, rugby, football, and so on. The soldiers enjoyed it. However, there was one rule that prohibited gambling. Once found, they would be punished by military law. A few soldiers were given leave to go out to see the famous city of Tarentum in the south. After all, most of them were not merchants or rich people. They had to work in the fields all year round and had no time to travel to Tarentum, which was only separated by a bay. However, since the rules forbade them from entering Tarentum, they could only stroll in the market in front of the barracks. Therefore, the vendors in Tarentum began to shout with all their might, "Come and see. It's the skin of a hippopotamus, a divine object from Egypt. Look at how thick it is. Cut twice with a knife. Look, there's no trace at all. If it's made into leather armor, it's light and strong, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt in battle. Brother, have you seen this kind of straight sword? Look, it's double-edged, and it's very sharp. It doesn't matter, try it. Isn't it a little heavy? This is the short sword used by the indigenous people of the Iberian Peninsula. I heard that the Carthage people had not been able to conquer the Illyrian Peninsula because of this weapon. Because of a need to earn soldiers' money, the small market was mostly filled with vendors selling weapons, followed by food. Try this date from Libya. Don't be fooled by its small size. It's very sweet, much sweeter than figs. Ostrich meat salted by the Bedouins. Those who haven't tried it, come and try it. What is an ostrich? Let me tell you, it's the biggest bird I've ever seen. It's as big as a horse, but it can't fly. It can only run, and it runs faster than a horse in the desert. It should be said that as a famous trading city-state in Great Greece, Tarentum's goods were richer and more diverse than Thurii, which could be seen in this temporary market. The soldiers strolled around with great interest. They weren't just strolling around without buying anything. As citizens and prospective citizens of Dioria, the land they were given time and time again was enough for them to have enough food and clothing. After that, they would sell their surplus grains and livestock at the market, earning them extra pocket money. In addition to the spoils of war that they would receive after every victory, their pockets were quite full. Oliver's was also one of the personnel who had applied for leave. He temporarily handed over the military affairs to his adjutant and wandered around the temporary market to relax. At this time, he stood in front of a stall selling metal accessories. He picked up a palm-sized gold accessory and carefully examined it. This is the statue of the Egyptian god Horus. It was carved by a famous master sculptor from the Memphis temple. Look how intricately carved it is. Wear it, and you'll be blessed by Horus. The merchant strongly recommended it to him. Oliver shook his head gently, put down the item, and said regretfully, "It's not bad, but unfortunately, I believe in Hades. Occasionally worship other gods, and Hades won't blame you. They are in charge of completely different fields." The Greeks' attitude towards the gods was close, but not infatuated with them. They believed in many gods, and they would sing whatever song they went to. When they went to sea, they would worship the god of the sea. When they fought, they would worship the god of war. When they did business, they would worship Hermes, and when they competed, they would worship Apollo. That was why the merchant persuaded him. However, Oliver still shook his head and left the stall. The merchant was so angry that he cursed behind him. The people of Dionia are all stubborn. If it was in the past, Oliver's would definitely turn around and argue with the merchant. But now, he felt that his identity was different, and he didn't care. As he walked forward, he saw a few big tents in front of him. In front of the tents stood a few beautiful women. A fat merchant shouted, "The cheapest price, the most comfortable enjoyment. You only need to pay 5 drachmas, and you can be happy with the most beautiful girl in Tarentum." Oliver's frowned. Since the incident on the way to Persia, he, who had always been a playboy, changed his ways. Now, as long as someone mentioned the word prostitute, he would feel disgusted. He turned to walk back, But Timaeus took a fancy to him. He rushed over and grabbed him, shouting anxiously, "Don't go, 7 drachmas and 2 girls, what do you think? I'm losing a lot of money." Without saying a word, Oliver's waved his left hand that was grabbed. Timaeus took a few steps back and sat on the ground. The theater owner of Tarentum spent a long time trying to make a deal, but he couldn't. He finally got angry, stood up, and cursed, "Damned Ionia! A bunch of country bumpkins. Don't know how to enjoy happiness. What military rules? I've never heard of it in the Tarentum army. It's just something your lowly consul came up with to make it convenient to rule you. He wants you to have no freedom, no democracy, and obediently obey his orders. If you don't know how to resist, you're only fit to be ruled by a dictator and obey his orders like slaves." Oliver's listened, and he was furious. He strode over. The other soldiers on the side heard this, and they were all indignant. Not only did this fat man insult them, but he also insulted their great commander. In the blink of an eye, Timaeus was completely surrounded. He looked at the angry faces in horror and shouted in a sharp voice, "What do you want to do? This is Tarentum." Before he could finish, Oliver said, "Beat him up." First, he punched him directly in the fat face. The Tarentum people in the market heard the screams of the crowd surrounded by the Dionia soldiers, but no one dared to come forward to stop them. Woo, woo, woo. The bugle sounded at the right time. "It's the assembly call," the soldiers exclaimed. All the soldiers in the temporary market put down what they were doing almost at the same time and quickly ran back to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer a Dionia person in the market. The Dionia soldiers returned to the barracks quickly, as if the previous bustle was just a dream. Only the theater owner lying on the ground was still moaning. When the camp gate opened again, it was the heavily armed army that came out. They lined up from the east, north, and south gates at the same time, which sped up the pace of leaving the camp. The merchants of Tarentum saw the Dionia soldiers who were joking in the market before, and they also looked relaxed at the moment, but this casual attitude didn't affect their orderly march and speed. The 2 legions left the barracks, and the camp was not unguarded. There were also some soldiers from the supply camp and more than 1,000 Dionia freedmen as reserves. They were the legion's complement, usually serving as guards and odd-job workers in the supply camp, and they also had to participate in battles at critical times. Therefore, the tasks of the reserve soldiers were also complicated and arduous, but countless freedmen would fight to join in every expedition because it allowed the freedmen to accumulate merits and shorten the time to become a probationary citizen. In fact, a legion of Dionia, in addition to the 7 battalions of soldiers responsible for combat, there were also medical camps, engineering camps, supply camps, and reconnaissance teams. The true number of people was far more than 7,000. If they were marching within the borders of Dionia, Divers would try his best to arrange for the army to march in columns. Even though such columns would stretch the length of the army, the flat and sturdy road system would actually speed up the march. However, the suburbs of Tarentum, the richest city in southern Italy, were all dirt roads. The effect was the same wherever they walked, as long as they didn't step on the farmland. Therefore, the Devers simply divided the army into 4 columns. Each column had 5 columns, and they advanced in a straight line. Along the way, dust was flying and the noise was loud. Many Tarentum citizens were watching from the side of the road, facing the mighty Dionia army. The people of Tarentum had mixed feelings, but when the city was in crisis, such a large number of reinforcements gave them a sense of security. Not long after, the Dionysian army arrived outside the city of Tarentum. When Amarchus was notified, he was shocked by the speed of the Dionysian army's assembly. After all, the militia of Tarentum was still gathering in the square. Although Diomedes was also a little shocked, he still retorted, "The Dionia soldiers are in the barracks, and they can set off as soon as the horn is blown. Unlike us, we have to notify every city and every street." Amarchus had no choice but to rush out of the city and apologize to the Devers. He asked the Dionysian army to wait outside the city for a while. At the same time, he invited the Devers to enter the city and go to his mansion to drink some wine and rest for a while. After all, it was noon in early autumn, and the sun was still very hot. The Devers tactfully declined Amarcus's good intentions. How could he leave his suffering subordinates and enjoy comfort alone? Not long after, Tryphias led 1,000 Heraclius soldiers out of the city and met up with the Dionysian army. After a while, 2,000 Metapontum soldiers, led by Tadepras, also arrived. More than an hour later, the city gate of Tarentum opened again, and the noise of people poured out. Chapter 285. Martones was concerned about another problem. He looked around for a while and said with a frown, "The Tarentum army took so long to assemble. I also see that many of the Tarentum soldiers have just reached adulthood. How strong can such an army be? Don't have any expectations for them. We have to rely on ourselves when the time comes. The only thing these delicate Tarentum people have to do on the battlefield is wait for us to defeat the enemy, then clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war for us," Olivers said with disdain. "Olivers, don't underestimate the enemy." Sir Devers said that the Misapi people are not only brave in battle, but also tough and not easy to deal with. We have to pay close attention to them and unite the Tarentum people to do our best to defeat them. Geogres reminded him. Geogres was originally the captain of Legio III, but according to the new Legion establishment regulations, the first and second legions, whether it was the officers or soldiers, were made up of Turii, Amendalan citizens, probationary citizens, and free people living here. Legio III was made up of the people of Gramintum and Nudum. Legio IV was made up of the people of Cremissa and Asprustum. This was mainly to facilitate the management, training, mobilization, and expedition of the army to improve the efficiency of the battle. Of course, it could easily lead to the appearance of various legions and the emergence of local cliques, but Devers considered that at least in the early stages of the alliance, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and the above-mentioned shortcomings could be solved by increasing the mobility of the officers in the future. Geogres still lived in Amendalara and did not move elsewhere, so he was transferred from Legio III to the First Legion as a captain. Olivers had always been used to bullying Geogres and wanted to refute. Alexis said, "Geogres is right. This war is different from the past. It involves cooperation with other city-states, especially Tarentum. Not only do we have to pay attention to it, but we also have to carefully handle the relationship with the Tarentum army. Otherwise, misfortune will befall us if our allies don't support us at the critical moment of the battle. You know, Turin is a bay away from here. It'll be difficult for us to go back." Alexis was a veteran captain, so Olivers couldn't say anything. The other captains all agreed with Alexis. Amintas patted Olivers on the shoulder and said loudly, "To be honest, I don't like these Tarentum people either. But in order to win, we can only endure for the time being. When we defeat the Misapi people, I'd like to see if the Tarentum people will thank us." After saying that, he laughed out loud. Olivers also laughed. "Okay, everyone, hurry back to your brigade. The Tarentum army has also come out. It's time for us to set off." First Legion Commander Capus reminded everyone. Not long after the huge farewell procession left the city gate, the women among them hesitated to continue moving forward. There were many Dionysius soldiers sitting and lying on the ground in front of them. They were talking and laughing loudly, saying rude words. Many of them were even topless, which made the conservative Tarentum women feel embarrassed. The Tarentum soldiers were also a little dissatisfied. They pointed at the resting Dionia people and said some strange words. "They really are rude country bumpkins." Diomedes didn't see the appearance of the Dionysian army when they first arrived. Now that he saw the situation, he also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Where are the Devers? Tell him to quickly gather his army." Diomedes emphasized the word army to show his disdain. "They should be there." Amarcus pointed at the largest and most dazzling flag among the dozen or so erected flags in front of him. "The military flag is very fancy." Diomedes snorted and followed Amarcus on horseback. The Devers, like the people around them, took off their armor and only wore a linen shirt inside. They sat casually on the ground and talked to the soldiers. The guard captain, Marcius, was the first to see the Tarentum consul who had rushed over. He whispered a few words in the Devers' ear, and the Devers turned around unhurriedly. "Sir Devers, when are we setting off?" Amarcus asked before Diomedes could. The Devers glanced at Diomedes, who had an unhappy expression, and said plainly, "It's time to set off. The soldiers have been under the sun for more than an hour, and they're almost dried up." Diomedes could hear the Devers' subtle criticism. It was the slow movement of the Tarentum army that caused the Dionia soldiers to be so sloppy. He could not help but cough a few times. "Sound the bugle to assemble." The Devers did not linger on this issue and decisively gave the order. As soon as the bugle sounded, the soldiers who were resting in various postures immediately moved quickly and helped each other put on their armor. The various ranks of the team officers began to call the soldiers under their command to return to the team. The flag bearers also waved the flags in their hands and shouted the team name to indicate the position of the soldiers. For a moment, dust filled the air, and it was noisy. However, it quickly returned to peace. What appeared in front of Diomedes was no longer a messy scene of soldiers sitting around, chatting, sleeping, and fully armed, but neatly arranged rows of infantry columns. Diomedes took a deep breath. As a Tarentum general who had experienced many battles, he understood in his heart that to achieve this, the army had strict training and strong discipline. Looking back at Tarentum's side, the soldiers and the people were mixed together, still hugging each other and bidding farewell. Some soldiers were even crying bitterly. It did not look like they were about to go out to fight the enemy at all. Diomedes could not keep his face any longer. Without saying a word, he turned his horse around and rushed back. At this time, Tryphias and Tedepres also rushed over. The Devers, who was already in his military uniform, said seriously, "Before we set off, we need to discuss the marching order." He glanced at the crowd and said, "My suggestion is that the Dionia army march at the front, Heraclea and Metapontum in the middle, and Tarentum at the back." Eumaeus understood the Devers' intention as soon as he heard it. Once the enemy attacked, the Dionysian army would be at the front to block and give the troops at the back time to react and prepare. There was indeed no selfishness in this suggestion. Eumaeus nodded in agreement. Tryphias and Tedepres had no objections either. Their army was the weakest, and it was more than they could ask for to be protected in the middle. According to what you said last time, the terrain from here to Manduria is flat. I plan to divide the army into 5 columns, widen the gap between the columns, and march side by side. This will make it easier to deal with the enemy's sudden attack, and it will also shorten the time to reach Manduria. Moreover, sandwiching the supply team in the middle will also be beneficial for protection, the Devers continued. Eumaeus hesitated. Although the Devers made it sound easy, if they had not been trained in this aspect, the columns might mix together as they walked. "I have to discuss this matter with Diomedes first," he said cautiously. The other two had no objections. They had fewer soldiers, so it was easier for them to manage. As for the scouts sent out, I suggest that the cavalry of Dionia and Tarentum be mixed. If they did not understand the enemy's situation at all times, it was equivalent to the commander having no eyes and ears. Therefore, even though they heard that the Messapi cavalry was powerful, the Devers still let Leds bring 200 cavalrymen over by boat. As a transmigrator who had some understanding of ancient military history, the cavalry was a unit that the Devers focused on training. Therefore, even if there were losses, it was worth it to let the Dionia cavalry understand their gap and work hard for it. At the same time, he also brought Izum's mountain reconnaissance team to understand and familiarize themselves with the terrain and mountains of this land for the future. Since the start of the war in Tarentum, due to the heavy losses of the cavalry, there were even some nobles who refused to join the army. Eumaeus was more than happy to hear this suggestion. When he went back to convey a few of the Dever suggestions to Diomedes, Diomedes thought for a moment and replied, "If Dionia can do it, Tarentum can of course do it too." After the Deida coalition reorganized, they began to set off. In fact, after the Maid coalition knew that the Greek army had set off, they quickly withdrew and retreated to the camp 2 miles south of Manduria. Therefore, the Deida coalition entered Manduria smoothly at dusk without any battle, and even the cavalry did not suffer any losses. The meeting with the garrison boosted the morale of the soldiers, especially the people of Tarantum. At the same time, the increase in strength made the commanders discuss for a while and decide to rest for the night. The next day, they would go straight to the Mape coalition. The only thing that gave them a headache was that the small city of Manduria was suddenly crammed with nearly 30,000 people, and it seemed a little crowded. It was a troublesome matter to arrange the accommodation for the soldiers. The next day, at dawn, Sarikos led a mixed cavalry squad to the camp of the Mape coalition to investigate the situation, but found that the camp was empty. Sarikos immediately sent someone to report the news, and, at the same time, under the guidance of the Tarantum cavalry, the cavalry squad was divided into two groups. One group went south towards Ugentum, and the other group went east towards the west of Brindi, continuing to search for traces of the enemy. When the Devers heard the news, they realized that the enemy was going to escape and immediately gathered the army. In the process, the cavalry reported again that they had found traces of the enemy army in the east. The commander's first reaction was, the Mape coalition was going to retreat to Brindisi. Chapter 286. Both Heraclea and Metapontum had sent troops to participate in the previous siege of Brindisi, so the two archons and Umicas had also learned a painful lesson. Devers agreed. Although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, he could not tell what it was at the moment. Because there was no trace of the enemy in the direction of Ugentum, at least it ruled out the possibility of another pincer attack by the May-Prussian alliance. In order to chase after the enemy, the whole army moved quickly. The supply team was left in the city of Manduria, and at the same time, 3,000 Mandurian defenders were taken away, making the total number of Tarantum's army 13,000, and the total number of soldiers was as high as 30,000. The whole army followed the marching order of yesterday and sped up to the north. After traveling for 10 miles, they received a report from the cavalry. The May-Prussian alliance had entered the mountains in the north. Such a huge army did not go to Brindisi, but instead went into the mountains. Devers was a little confused. Umicas, who was beside him, pondered for a moment and looked shocked. They may be going through the Amlern hills. Diomyras, who had rushed over after hearing the news, said nervously. After listening to the two of them, Days found out that between the east-west coast corridor and the east-west coast corridor were not covered in thorns, trees, and rugged mountains. Instead, there was a hilly area between the mountains. The road was not too difficult to walk on, and they could pass through it to the east of Tarantum. In the early days, the Masapi people often attacked the people of Tarantum from there. Later, as the people of Tarantum grew stronger, they built defensive camps and sentry towers near the exit of the hills and strengthened their reconnaissance. This caused the Masapi people, who were tired from crossing the hills, to be repelled by the people of Tarantum who were waiting for them. Later, the Masapi people were influenced by the Greeks and gradually became civilized. They were not used to fighting in the mountains, and with the establishment of Manduria, they had a more convenient base to attack Tarantum. In the past few decades, the Masapi people had never used the Amlern Hills to break into the territory of Tarantum. In other words, the defense camp there has been abandoned. The Devers immediately realized this. Amarcas was still deliberating over his words when Dionylas said, "The camp was not abandoned. It's just that after Akita's army was wiped out, the Masapi Pachetti coalition army launched a large-scale attack. Most of the people outside the city had already hidden in the city, so the soldiers in the camp had naturally withdrawn. Therefore, the Masapi people could easily enter our land, destroy our fields that were about to be harvested, burn our villages, and kill the people who had yet to leave. We must catch up to them immediately and stop them, repel them." Diomyras looked agitated, and Amarcas also looked worried. However, Devers was unmoved. He paced back and forth, his brain thinking quickly. "What are you hesitating for? If we don't act now, we won't be able to catch up." Diomyras urged loudly. "Why are you chasing them? Don't forget what you said before. If the enemy retreats, we will immediately attack Brindisi and force the Masapi people to fight us." Divers stopped in his tracks and reminded him with a serious look on his face. Diomyras was speechless for a moment. Amarcus quickly explained. Now the situation is different. The Masapi army will rush into our territory of Tarantum and wreak havoc. This will cause panic among the people, and they may even attack Tarantum city. Although the Masapi coalition army has a large number of people, Tarantum city is not easy to attack, but Brindisi can be easily obtained. The Devers pointed to the front and said earnestly, "It will be difficult for the heavy infantry to catch up with the light infantry. Instead of passively chasing after the Masapi coalition army and being led around by the nose, it is better to take the initiative to attack and take Brindisi. If they still don't come, we will continue to attack Egretia. I don't believe that they won't come to fight." Amarcus bit his lip and could not make a decision for a moment. Diomyrus still stubbornly shook his head. "No, what the enemy wants to destroy is not the land of your Dionia, so of course you won't feel bad. But that is the land of Tarantum. I would rather attack Brindisi later and drive them out of Tarantum first." Hearing this, the Devers also became angry. "Can you blame me for this? During the discussion, you did not mark it on the map, nor did you explain it. There is also a damn Antler Hills that can be passed through. I didn't let you go because you said that the roads there are complicated and the terrain is unfamiliar. If the enemy set up an ambush there..." At this point, the Devers' brain quivered, and he grasped the flash of inspiration. I understand. Because of the cavalry. You said before that the Masapi cavalry wantonly intercepted the scouts of Tarantum, causing your cavalry to suffer a lot of losses. But this time, we have not been attacked by the Masapi cavalry since the beginning of the expedition. Why? Could it be that the Masapi cavalry have all died from the plague? The Devers looked around confidently and said in a serious tone, "No, the Masapi people want us to know the whereabouts of their army, and they want us to follow them because they must have set up an ambush in the Antler Hills. So we can't go to the Antler Hills, and we can't bury the only army that can save Tarantum there." These words moved Amarcus and made Diomyrus silent. "I agree with Sir Devers' opinion. Let's attack Brindisi," Tryphaeus said loudly. "I agree too." Tadepras also nodded in agreement. The clear statements of the two army commanders made it so that the Devers' proposal could be passed. Diomyrus jumped on his horse with a look of unwillingness. "Sir Diomyrus," the Devers shouted, "please remember that Dionia is here to help Tarantum, not to be humiliated. As the consul of Dionia, I have also been elected as the commander-in-chief of this expedition. If there are any bad behaviors of disrespecting the commander-in-chief and disobeying orders, I think there is no need for the allied army to exist anymore." The Devers' words were loud and clear, and the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even Tryphaeus and Tadepras were shocked by the toughness of this seemingly gentle young consul. Amarcus had to cough a few times and said, "Sir Diomyrus is also worried about..." The Devers waved his hand to interrupt him and said coldly, "Why is the Dionysian army always victorious and never defeated? It is because of discipline and obedience. If there is no unified command for an army of more than 30,000 people, and if they don't obey orders, it will be a mess. Since you already know that it will be a failure, why go to war?" Under the threat of the Devers, and under the gaze of the crowd, Diomyrus' face turned red. Under the invisible pressure, he finally squeezed out a sentence. "Got it." In the Antler Hills, King Puccetti Tremoni and the consul of the various Masapi cities were looking forward to it, but the news reported by the spies extinguished their enthusiasm. "What did you say?" "The Greeks did not come this way, but continue to the east. Brindisi, their goal is Brindisi," Tremoni exclaimed. He cared more about the coastal city than the Masapi people, because to the Masapi consul, Brindisi was just an ally, but to Tremoni, it was a part of his newly acquired territory, the source of his wealth. "Don't worry, King Puccetti," Consul Pahimerus of Erdii advised. "Our cavalry has already informed Brindisi yesterday. I believe that before the Greeks arrived there, the residents had temporarily left. Even if the Greeks enter the city, they will not get anything. If they dare to move to Brindisi again, we don't mind getting another batch of Greek slaves when we recapture it. I think we should wait a little longer and let the cavalry make the fire that burned the villages on the ground of Tarentum more intense. I don't believe that the people of Tarentum will continue to head east after hearing this news." Pachymera's words calmed Tremoni down. He thought about it and said fiercely, "Kill some of the Greeks captured in Brindisi and throw their bodies on the road. Let's see how the Greeks react." Report. More than a dozen places in the Amlern Hills have smoke rising, and the entire sky is blackened. There are many bodies of the people of Tarentum along the way, including women and children. I only need you to monitor the enemy's movements and see if the enemy has come out of the hills. The Devers interrupted the scout's words stiffly. "Go back and tell your captain to send a Dionia cavalry back to report the situation next time." The Tarentum scout angrily whipped his horse and left. The Devers only looked at the silent Amarkas beside him and reminded him again. "The Misapi people are luring us to the Amlern Hills. We can't go." Amarkas frowned and remained silent. The Devers did not say anything else. He turned around and whispered to the herald, "Tormid, inform the team officers at the front to speed up the march and leave that dangerous place as soon as possible." The mercenaries led by Xanaparis had all become preparatory citizens because of their repeated meritorious deeds. The military officer, Felicius, assigned all of them to the vacant 1st and 2nd Legions. Xanaparis served as the acting 5th captain of the 6th Brigade of the 1st Legion. For a preparatory citizen, this position was a little high, but most of the team officers and generals in the army were members of the Persia Expeditionary Force. They felt that Xanaparis' position was too low. After all, he was one of 5 leaders back then. So once he became an official citizen, his position would probably be promoted rapidly. Chapter 287. Ever since the Assists became involved in local government affairs, the Devers had never had a suitable herald. With the expansion of the war and the increase in the number of people participating in the war, the situation became more and more complicated. The Devers gradually found it difficult to deal with the situation and urgently needed the assistance of others. Tormid was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. The Devers appointed him as a substitute herald and planned to let him slowly develop a staff team under the commander to assist him in handling military affairs. The Tarentum scout did not immediately return to the Amlern Hills. Instead, he ran to the Tarentum troops and reported the situation to Diomyras in an even more exaggerated manner. Before Diomyras could respond, the soldiers around him began to clamor, "Sir, the Misapi slaughtered our loved ones and burned our fields. We can't ignore it." Those foreigners pretended not to see it because it's not their city that suffered losses. "That's right. We can't listen to the orders of the foreigners. We have to fight the Misapi and avenge our loved ones. Go to the Amlern Hills, catch up with the Misapi, and kill them." The roar of the soldiers gradually made more Tarentum soldiers understand the situation. This kind of collective fanaticism infected every Tarentum soldier, which in turn increased the commotion of the troops and the danger of losing control. Diomyras was also influenced by it, but he thought more. After he was elected as the consul, he promoted the war against the Misapi, but now the war had caused Tarentum to suffer heavy losses. Because of the critical situation, the Tarentum people did not have time to settle the blame. Now, in the face of the boiling public opinion, if he continued to ignore it, even if he recaptured Brindisi, the angry people would expel him from the city and make him bear a lifetime of humiliation. Diomyras forced himself to forget the trace of fear left in his heart when the Devers were angry. In the face of the army with boiling morale, he made up his mind: order the entire army to turn left and rush to the Amlern Hills. The soldiers burst into cheers and immediately began to move. The Tarentum people broke away from the troops, and the first to notice the abnormality was the Metapontum people in front of them. Tadepras was shocked and immediately sent someone to inform the Devers in front of them. "Bastard! Damn bastard!" After hearing the news, Devers lost control of his emotions and cursed loudly. What he was most worried about had happened. However, his emotions were more stable. He turned his head and said to the other Tarentum consul who had been silent, "Lord Amarkas, The situation is urgent. I need you to immediately dissuade Diomedes and ask him to immediately return with his troops." Amarcus shook his head. "I know Diomedes. He is as stubborn as a rock. Since he has decided to disobey your orders, it is impossible to persuade him." Devers stared at him and said angrily, "You mean you're not going?" Amarcus's eyes flickered. "I'm saying that I can't persuade him. It's useless even if I go." "Tormid!" the Devers roared angrily, scaring the uneasy Amarcus. "Yes, Lord Commander," Tormid replied firmly. "You go and find that bastard yourself. Tell him, if he doesn't come back, I will immediately return with my troops and bring Dionia back. Go, and return quickly," Devers ordered angrily. "Understood." Tormid nodded cautiously and mounted his horse. Lord Devers, are you really going to?" Amarcus asked cautiously. Devers shouted impatiently, "Shut up!" Devers's anger could not be appeased. Ever since he had commanded the troops, this was the first time that his generals had disobeyed his orders. The two Tarantum consul sang the same tune. They were completely in cahoots with each other. In the future, he could no longer participate in a coalition army like this. Ever since it was established, he had not been able to do as he wished. Most of his energy was spent on how to balance the relationship with the Tarantum army. Now, he was burdened by them and faced the danger of failure. Did he really have to return immediately? "Lord, if the people of Dionia really leave, our military strength will not be able to fight against the Mayprup coalition army," the adjutant of the Tarantum army said worriedly as he watched the messenger of Dionia leave. "Don't worry. The people of Dionia will follow. Didn't Dionia always claim to keep their promises? Now, they want to become the leader of the southern Hellenic city-states. If they abandon their allies and flee the battlefield before the war starts, if other city-states find out about this cowardly behavior, who would still be willing to trust Ionia?" Diomedes appeared confident, but he was still uneasy. Therefore, he ordered again, "Let the soldiers advance a little slower." When Tormid told Devers about Diomedes' refusal, he had already regained his calm. "Got it," Devers replied faintly. "Lord Devers, what should we do now?" Tadepres asked hurriedly. Devers looked around at everyone and took in Amarcus' concern, Tadepres' uneasiness, and Triphias' casualness. Then he said resolutely, "Turn back and reinforce that idiot." Amarcus showed a look of gratitude, and Tadepres also relaxed. Only Triphias asked anxiously, "What if there is really an ambush in the Anlern Hills?" "All the more reason to go, not to save Diomedes, but to save the thousands of citizens of Tarantum." Since they had already decided to reinforce, Devers, of course, had to make his words sound better. In fact, the reason why he wanted to reinforce was not only because of the reason Diomedes mentioned, but also because Heraclea had moved closer to Dionia, and Metaponum was also wavering. However, if the people of Tarantum suffered a crushing defeat in this battle, they would no longer be able to stop the Messapi and Pachetti people. These fierce natives could go north along the coast at any time, invade Metapontum, and threaten Heraclea. At that time, Dionia would have to send reinforcements again. It was better to take advantage of the fact that they were already on the battlefield to reinforce the army of Tarantum, repel the Messapi coalition, and maintain the balance of power in this land. As the founder of Dionia, for the sake of the alliance's strength, it was nothing for him to temporarily suppress his disgust for the Tarantum consul. The Anlern Hills were actually the junction of two mountain ridges, so it was filled with hills of various sizes. Most of these hills were dozens of meters tall, and their tops were perfectly round. Looking down from above, they looked like giant green mushrooms, presenting a unique natural beauty. But for those who wanted to pass through here, it was a disaster. Although the hills were not high, they were large and had a high slope, making it difficult to climb. Moreover, the hills were continuous, so if one wanted to save effort, they could only pass through the flat areas between the hills. This made the originally straight route not too far away become winding. Moreover, few people passed through here for decades, and the green grass grew everywhere, long submerging the path that had once been opened. Fortunately, there were scouts who had followed, the Masapi coalition before, leading the way, and there was a smoke pillar in the distance to mark the location, so the Tarantum army saved a lot of trouble finding the way. Along the way, the soldiers complained about the difficult mountain road, but everything went smoothly. They did not even see the shadow of the Masapi and Pachetti people. And when he received news from the scouts that the Dionysian army had also entered the Amlern Hills, Diomedes laughed. "Naive young man, you're still far from being able to fight me." He spat out a breath of resentment and looked into the distance. The thick smoke was not too far away, and it was estimated that they would reach it after going around a few more hills. The corpses of the Tarantum people could be seen on the grass, each of them dying a miserable death, which provoked the anger of the soldiers. They seemed to hear the helpless cries of their loved ones not far away, and their originally tired bodies seemed to be filled with strength again. They could not help but speed up, and the entire column that was stretched due to the narrow mountain road became even more scattered and weak. Woo! Woo! The bugle of the Masapi suddenly sounded between the hills, hitting the hearts of every Tarantum soldier like a heavy hammer. Diomedes, who was proud of fooling the Devers, instantly turned pale. "Catch up with them. Don't let them escape." Sarikos shouted anxiously at his men, although the Dionysian cavalry chased at full speed regardless of the danger. And from time to time, their teammates fell off their horses because of the rugged mountain road, but the distance between them and the fleeing Masapi cavalry was getting farther and farther. The few Masapi people controlled the horses they were sitting on flexibly, as if the horses were part of their bodies. They ran at full speed between the narrow mountain road, and there was no hindrance at all. Sarikos and the others could only helplessly watch the Masapi cavalry go away. At this time, Sarikos heard a shout of "Captain" behind him. He looked back and saw Leds riding over. So, he grabbed the reins with one hand and saluted Leds with the other. The Dionia cavalry was an independent unit, with a total of less than 1,000 people, and did not belong to any legion. Although Leds was only a captain, his status was equal to that of the commander of the infantry legion. Leds looked at the back of the Masapi cavalry, and his expression was solemn. He turned back to Sarikos and said, "There may be a lot of Masapi and Pachetti cavalry coming. We must do our best to stop them and try to prevent them from detecting the direction of the army in a short period of time." "Yes," Sarikos responded immediately, but he felt the weight of this task in his heart. He heard that the Masapi cavalry had thousands of people, and their horsemanship was superb. It was not something that the 200 or so Dionia cavalry could stop. Fortunately, there were hills everywhere, which was not conducive for the deployment of troops and the cavalry to circle around. The enemy's advantage in numbers could not be exploited. Chapter 288. Sarikos breathed a sigh of relief. He knew how powerful the light shield bearers of the 7th Brigade of the 1st Legion were. In a narrow mountain path where there was not enough space to dodge, it would be difficult to avoid the javelins thrown by the light shield bearers. Consul Pachimerus led the soldiers of the Masapi city-state alliance down from the hills on both sides to attack the Tarantum on the mountain path. The Pachetti and Agracia soldiers did not join the battle because the scouts reported that the Dionia had also entered the Amlern Hills. Tremoni hoped to see them rush to reinforce the Tarantum. Then, even if they had more soldiers than the Pachetti, another ambush would kill them all. But the news brought by the escaping scouts made his wish come to nothing. What? The Dionia didn't follow the mountain path to us. They disappeared. Tremoni jumped up and shouted, "How dare you say you don't know? Don't think that I won't punish you just because you're Masapi. Where did the Dionia go? You must find out for me." King Pachetti, the Dionia suddenly sent hundreds of cavalrymen to surround our scouts. They were lucky to escape. Consul Timo Grass of Agracia came forward and advised, "The Dionia will definitely come to the rescue of the Tarantum. The key is to know from which direction they come, so that we can intercept them in time. Otherwise, the situation will be very dangerous. Send out all the cavalrymen and find them as soon as possible. I don't believe they can hide an army of tens of thousands." Tremoni shouted angrily. The cunning Dionia obviously came prepared, and Tremoni's previous arrangements were all ruined. Thinking about how the Dionysian army ignored the bait of the Messapi alliance and marched straight to Brindisi, Tremoni realized that he had underestimated the Dionia commander. "What's the name of the young commander of the Dionia?" Tremoni asked seriously. "I think he's called Devers," Timo Grass replied. Tremoni repeated the name several times, and his eyes lit up with excitement. With the place where the Tarandam people were ambushed as the center, there were cavalry fighting on every mountain path and every hill in the southern half of the Fan area. Divers seized the time to send out a mountain reconnaissance team to explore the way ahead, and under their guidance, he led the army in the direction of the battle. However, the Devers did not expect that although the hills here were not very high, they occupied a large area. Sometimes, the hills were connected, and there was no path to pass through. They could only pass through the low parts between the hills. So the original idea was to make a small detour to the east, avoid the ambush of the Mapu alliance, and quickly rush to the enemy's flank to rescue the Tarandam army. But in reality, this circle was getting bigger and bigger. The soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum complained endlessly as the distance they had to travel increased. Although the Dionia soldiers were a little dissatisfied, few of them voiced out their dissatisfaction. Eumakas was extremely anxious. The report from the scouts and the battle cries from afar shattered his hope of survival. The Messapi people really had an ambush. When he remembered the warning given by the Devers, he was extremely regretful. He did not believe in the Devers more firmly and did not stop Diomedes from acting without authorization. Now, he had tasted the bitter fruit. At this moment, he pinned all his hopes of rescue on the Devers, but he did not dare to urge them, lest he annoy the young military genius and affect the rescue of the Tarandam army. The Devers was equally anxious. The long mountain march also made him irritated. He could see the exhaustion of the soldiers. The battlefield should not be far in front of them. The sounds of fighting and screams were getting clearer and clearer. However, he was not sure if there was another difficult hill in front of them, forcing them to take another detour. "Commander, Zam is back," Talmud shouted from the front. "Quick, bring him here." The Devers rushed forward to greet him. "Commander, in front, there is no need to make a detour. We can go there directly." Izam panted heavily and saluted. He said eagerly, "We will reach the battlefield after crossing 2 hills. However, my subordinates found that the enemy is also rushing over here." The Devers calmed down. After such a long time, it was normal for the Messapi alliance to find out the movements of his army. Moreover, they were on the inside, so there was no regret in intercepting them in front of him. However, the enemy was also rushing over, so it was impossible for them to have any defensive measures. An ambush was even more impossible. In a face-to-face battle, the Legion of Dionysia was not afraid of anyone, as long as they did not have to make a detour. At his request, Izam used a branch to draw a simple map of the front on the ground. The Devers pointed out the key points, and, after asking in detail, he already had a plan in mind: order the entire army to speed up through this hill, then spread out into formation. The 1st Legion on the left, the 2nd Legion on the right, and the rest of the troops as reserves. "Yes," Tormid replied excitedly. In fact, the reinforcements of Dionia had made a big detour, and they were already approaching the exit of the Amlern Hills, which was equivalent to reaching the rear of the Messapi alliance, where the terrain gradually became flat. The Dionysian army passed through the path between the hills, and endless hills lay in front of them. Fortunately, these hills were only 30 meters high, easy to climb. They would reach the battlefield after crossing it. The soldiers of Dionia could clearly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the hills, and seeing more and more aliens appearing on the hills, the fighting spirit in their hearts began to boil. They finally made it. King Tremoni of Pachetti climbed up the hill and looked down at the endless stream of Greek soldiers and let out a long sigh. "Your Majesty, look over there." A Pachetti general pointed down the hill and saw a few Greeks wearing brightly crowned helmets galloping along the path in front of the hill, stopping from time to point in their direction, as if they were discussing something. They were followed by a group of soldiers, and the one in front was holding a shining golden flag. "The Pharisee," Tremoni murmured the name, which was a bit hard to pronounce, and took a few steps forward, subconsciously trying to get a better look at his opponent. Your Majesty, do you want me to send some archers down to shoot a few arrows at them? The Pachetti general asked. Of course not. Tremoni refused without hesitation. He glanced at his subordinates and said with a slightly excited expression, let us have a real battle with the young Greek general and the Greek heavy infantry on the hills. The Devers carefully controlled the war horse, galloping back and forth along the mountain path, observing the entire terrain of the battlefield. What do you think is the easiest place for us to break through? The Devers suddenly asked. There. The two commanders, Capys and Dracos, said in unison, pointing to the same place. It was the lowest point between the continuous valleys, no more than 4 to 5 meters high, and not only was it flat, but it was also wide enough. The Devers nodded, but reminded them the easiest place to pass is often the place where the enemy's defense is the tightest. He looked at the two with bright eyes. Now, the Tarentum army is being ambushed, and time is of the essence. I'm going to let Aminta's brigade attack there, and strive to break through the enemy's obstruction in the shortest time possible. Antonio's 1st Brigade had the strongest comprehensive combat power, but the brigade led by the brave Amintas had a stronger impact. What the Devers needed the most at this time was time. Capys nodded to show that he understood. Dracos wanted to say something, but after listening to the Devers, he did not say anything. When the legionnaires are ready, you will attack on your own, the Devers decisively ordered. Capys and Dracos hurriedly saluted and rode back to their respective legions. Let the troops of Heraclea and Metapontum spread out as much as possible on the right side of the 2nd Legion. When the 2nd Legion attacks, they can attack forward. The Devers continued to order. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Tormid immediately turned to the mountain path behind him with the two messengers. After the Devers had arranged everything, Amarcus asked in confusion, why did Sir Devers arrange the troops of Tryphius and Tedepers on the right side? In this way, on the left side of the entire formation, wouldn't the enemy's formation be longer than ours? Every battle has to be arranged according to the actual situation, so that we can grasp the initiative of the battle. Our current goal is to break through the enemy's blockade and rescue the ambushed Tarentum troops. The enemy's goal is to stop us from advancing. My right flank has more troops than the enemy, so it's easier for us to break through the right flank. Even if the enemy stops our left flank, the enemy's attempt will still fail if we break through the right flank. The Devers had some free time after giving the order, so he patiently explained to Marcus, also, didn't you notice that the further to the right, the gentler the terrain is because it's closer to the edge of the hills? This allows the troops of Heraclea and Metapontum, which are slightly weaker, to unleash their strength more. But the enemy can also see our formation from the top of the mountain, so they will definitely make changes, Amarcus reminded. The Devers smiled confidently. They don't have time. Amarcus was curious and wanted to ask why they didn't come in time, but he heard the Devers shout, Matones, why aren't you leading your troops? Why are you here? Chapter 289. I guarantee that my soldiers will be able to charge over in the shortest time possible. Martones mustered his courage and said loudly when he recalled the purpose of his visit. The Devers' face darkened. Nonsense. Do you think this is a football game where you can do whatever you want? Hurry up and go back to command your team. If you effect the attack of the entire legion, the military law will not let you off. After seeing Martones leave angrily, the Devers turned to Tormid and said, Go tell Amintas that Martones requests to replace his team. The reason is that the 3rd team can do better. Let him do as he sees fit. Tormid immediately understood the Devers' intention and rode away. Ulysses saw that the Devers commanded the generals and soldiers with ease. It was not something that the temporary generals of Tarentum could compare to. He had mixed feelings. Sir Ulysses, let's go to the hill. The Devers led the guards to the hill behind them. Ulysses asked in shock, Sir Devers, aren't we participating in the attack? If I participate in the attack, who will command the battle? The Devers smiled. Do you still need to command after the battle begins? Ulysses, who had participated in many battles when he was young, could not understand why a consul would not take the lead but hide behind the troops. However, he saw that the soldiers behind the Devers had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces. Clearly, they did not think that their consul was a coward. Ulysses could only follow behind with a stomach full of doubts. "Commander, what's the mission of my team?" Wysam caught up and asked the Devers directly. His subordinates had already completed their scouting mission and were returning from various places. "Your team." The Devers turned to look at the mountain reconnaissance team that was gathering not far away. He had almost forgotten about this important force. He thought for a moment and said, "They're temporarily the reserve team. Let them hide in the passageway we came from and rest first." "Our reserve team." Wysam was a little dissatisfied when he heard that. "Don't worry. Mountain battles are your specialty. When the battle begins, you won't be lacking," the Devers comforted him. Wysam chuckled. "How is it? I told you would fail. You've been with Devers for so long. So how could you not know him? Once he's in a battle, it's as if he's a different person. No matter how close you are to him, he'll always demand that you obey his orders. Otherwise, humph," Oliver said in a half-joking and half-comforting manner when he saw the dejected Matones return. Matones ignored him and walked straight to the flag of his battalion. "Captain, all the companies have lined up," the adjutant reported. "Call the captains over. I have something to say," Matones said with a dark expression. Soon, the 5 company captains arrived. "Listen up, all of you. I only have one request. All soldiers must attack with full force. Our 3rd Brigade must be the first to break through the enemy's defensive line." Matones stared at them and said firmly, "Which company, which unit, which squad, which soldier did not perform well, I will not only scold him, but also scold him. And don't even think about seeing me being nice in the future." "Understood," the company captains replied loudly. They didn't feel any pressure. Instead, they all looked excited. "Listen up, brothers. Take off your helmets," the captain ordered. Although the soldiers obeyed and took off their heavy Corinth helmets, some of the new recruits were confused. "The battle is about to start. Why do we have to take off our helmets? Won't we get hurt easily?" The veterans who had gone through the Persia expedition and fought many battles in the mountains would tell them, "We have to climb up and attack with our heads up. The helmets are too heavy and will fall easily. The holes in the helmets are small, and when we look up, the helmets will slide back and block our vision. It's not good for fighting, but without the protection of the helmets, we'll get hurt easily." The new recruits were still worried. "Don't we still have the round shield?" The veteran made a pose and placed the shield on top of his head. He tilted his body forward at a great angle. "See that? With the shield and slope protecting your body, you won't get hurt." He paused and sighed. "It's a pity that we can't wear our new helmets this time. Otherwise, climbing and fighting would be no problem at all. Your Majesty, look at the enemy's right flank." Puketi's general, Pulo, pointed to the foot of the mountain. Behind the Greek formation that looked like cubes, there was an endless stream of troops moving to the far right flank. Their right flank obviously outnumbers their left flank. "We don't have that many troops on our side. If we want to form a formation as long as theirs, we have to reduce the thickness of the formation. This way, the strength of our defense will be weakened. But if we don't do this, their soldiers will circle around from the outside of our left flank and attack our flank." Tremoni furrowed his brows tightly as he observed the changes at the foot of the mountain. He understood the enemy's intentions. Seeing that the enemy had only formed into small squares and had yet to link up into a large square formation, he believed that there was still enough time to adjust. Puketi's troops were all at the top of the hill, and the Devers could not see the approximate number of Maputo's coalition forces. In fact, Tremoni's army was less than 12,000 people. Including the more than 3,000 Misapi soldiers led by Agracia, the total number was only 15,000. As for Dionia's reinforcements, just the 2 Dionia legions alone had 14,000 people. In addition to a mountain reconnaissance brigade of 1,000 people, there were also 3,000 people from Heraclea and Metapondum. There were 3,000 more people than the Maputo's coalition forces in front of them. Tremoni was outnumbered, and his biggest advantage was the hill. He could not lose the advantage of being on a higher ground. So, He made a prompt decision. Pulo, quickly bring 1,500 people to strengthen the left flank. Just as the Pachetti began to mobilize their troops in a panic and prepared to rush to the left flank, the bugles suddenly sounded at the foot of the mountain. Tremoni was very surprised. The Greeks had not even formed a phalanx, and they were already attacking in a hurry. Under his puzzled gaze, the little squares formed by the Dionia had begun to move forward slowly. He turned his head to look at his own army. Although the Pachetti did not have a tight phalanx like the Greeks, they still had a neat and orderly formation. However, at this moment, because of the mobilization of troops, the soldiers were completely in a mess. Pulo quickly stopped the mobilization. He hurriedly ordered, "Yes, but what about the left flank?" Tremoni thought for a moment and said, "Immediately go and tell Timothy Grass to mobilize all the cavalry that has nothing to do at the back to assist our left flank." Tryphias also did not expect the Dionia to attack so soon, and his own army was still on the way to the right flank. "Sir, what should we do?" his subordinate asked anxiously. "Let's get to our position first," Tryphias said calmly. Fortunately, because the Dionysian army had moved forward, the pass became less narrow, and it was more convenient for them to march. When the Devers heard the bugle, he could not help but praise, "The first legion moves fast." Then, the bugle also sounded on the right. He nodded and said, "The second legion is not slow either." "Sir Commander-in-Chief." Tormid rushed up from the foot of the mountain and said breathlessly, "The troops of Heraclea and Metapontum have not yet arrived at their predetermined positions, so they cannot attack." "Don't worry, it will be better for them to attack later," the Devers said calmly, as if everything was under control. Tormid was also a smart man. After the Devers' reminder, he immediately understood that the soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum were weaker in combat. If they attacked at the same time, they would be at a disadvantage against the fierce Mecca and Prussia coalition forces, and would likely fail and become a burden to the whole army. Their late arrival would cause the enemy on the opposite side to be at a loss, and it was very likely that they would participate in the battle with the Second Legion, making the 3,000 men of Tryphias, who arrived late, an extra force on the battlefield. Amarchus could not be as relaxed as the Devers. After the bugle sounded, his heartbeat began to accelerate, and his eyes followed the movement of the army at the foot of the mountain. The battle of nearly 40,000 people was about to begin, and the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the Tarentum army. The Tarentum army, whose fate would be decided, was not far from this battlefield. On the narrow and winding valley pass, their 6-mile-long marching column was ambushed by the Masapi people. They fell into chaos and panic, completely losing organization and command, and could only fight on their own. Diomyrus had no time to regret not listening to the Devers' words. He shouted loudly to cheer up the soldiers around him and to fight bravely for survival. But on the boiling battlefield, his voice was like a stone thrown into a torrent, and it had no effect. The Masapi people's attack from both sides gradually squeezed them tightly into the pass, making it difficult for them to even swing their spears. Diomyrus' ears were filled with the screams of the soldiers, and he gradually felt despair. At this moment, there was a small commotion on the battlefield, regardless of friend or foe. "The bugle! It's the bugle! Our reinforcements are coming!" The cheers of the soldiers entered Diomyrus' ears, which were somewhat numb, and he hurriedly listened carefully. The noise that filled the sky still could not block the sharp sound of the bugle. It broke through the heavy resistance and faintly echoed in the valley where the sounds of killing shook the sky. The image of the Devers immediately appeared in Diomyrus' mind. At this moment, he did not hate them, but shouted with joy, "Citizens, hold on. The Dionia people are coming." Chapter 290. Archers, get ready. Seeing that the Greeks were within firing range, Pulo immediately gave the order. The difference in height not only extended the range of the archers, but also increased the lethality of the arrows. At the same time, it shortened the range of the enemy archers. In this way, the long-range firepower of the Allied forces was greatly superior. This was the advantage of being in a commanding position. But just as the Pachetti were drawing their bows, countless black spots whizzed from the foot of the mountain and hit the poorly equipped Pachetti, causing the archers to cry out in pain. The Greeks had catapults. Tremone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Devers felt that it was a pity that the two light infantry battalions of the two legions, Epthinus and Xpit, only had about 400 catapults, which was not enough to suppress the enemy that was 5 miles long. They could only disrupt the rhythm of the enemy's shooting. The arrows were still falling like raindrops. The soldiers held their round shields over their heads and slowly moved forward, one step at a time. The terrain prevented them from using the trump card of the heavy infantry, which was the charge. They could only endure the arrows pecking at the copper surface of the round shields, making a clang, clang, clang sound. When they began to climb the mountain, the javelins hit the round shields violently, causing some soldiers to be injured. The injured soldiers fell to the ground, huddled together, and protected their bodies with the round shields, waiting for the medical team to come to their rescue. In the middle of the entire line was the heavy infantry of Agracia. They were stationed at the lowest point of the ground, which was the focus of Dionia's attack. "Hurry, hurry!" Amyntas urged the soldiers. He did not want to lose to the young mercenary, Martones, so he went against the rules of Dionia's military law and took the lead to run at the front of the battalion. This made the tired soldiers, who had been marching for a long time, shout as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When they were about 20 meters away from the enemy under the rain of arrows, the whole battalion suddenly stopped moving forward. "Defend!" Timothy ordered loudly. He thought that the enemy was about to start charging. The soldiers extended their spears from behind their round shields, forming a terrifying spear formation. Even though the slope was only a few meters high, the height was enough to make the Greeks pay a heavy price. However, what the Missapi people were waiting for was not the charge of the Greeks, but nearly 1,000 javelins flying towards them. Under the horrified gazes of the Missapi people, the javelins pierced into the phalanx with a whistling sound, setting off a series of screams. Timothy did not expect the heavy infantry of Dionia to be able to throw javelins. He had no time to be surprised. He shouted angrily, "Raise your shields! Raise your shield to defend!" Amyntas quickly took out the second javelin and shouted, "Charge with me!" After that, he held the shield in his left hand and the javelin in his right. He was the first to charge at the enemy. The soldiers followed closely behind. Timothy Grass was surprised to find that when the Greek heavy infantry charged, their formation would scatter. However, the enemies on the other side could still maintain their formation. They were like a thick iron wall pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. "Defend! Quick, defend!" He panicked and shouted in a hoarse voice. However, the soldiers had not recovered from the shock of the javelins, and Amyntas' brigade arrived in an instant. They stepped on the slope a few meters high, took a few big steps, and with the momentum, opened their left arm holding the round shield and pushed it forward. Clang! After the continuous sound of metal clashing, the Missapi soldiers in the front line, who were unable to defend together due to the chaos in their formation, unconsciously retreated to ease the impact. This retreat caused the densely packed Missapi soldiers to be unable to take care of their comrades who had fallen to the ground after being stabbed by the javelins, and they fell in a row. Behind them were their comrades who were shouting in panic, and in front of them were the javelins that were stabbing towards them like poisonous snakes. For a moment, they panicked and continued to retreat, leaving most of the soldiers of Amyntas' brigade standing on the slope. As the leader of the 7th Brigade of the 2nd Legion, Xpit had a special characteristic. Before every battle, he would always pray. Not only did he do it himself, but he also asked his men to do it with him. In the past, he prayed to Ares, the god of war. After following the Devers, his goal changed to the patron saint of Dionia, Hades, Pluto. After chanting the hymn of Hades devoutly, he stood up and said, "The stone throwers will continue to attack the enemy here, and the archers will follow closely behind the heavy infantry. Once they are in range, shoot at the enemy on the hillside. Light shield bearers, follow me." The light shield bearers platoon leader, Satyrus, hurriedly advised, "Captain, you should stay in command. Leave the brothers to me to lead the attack." Spit's eyes widened. "Now is a good opportunity to prove that we are light shield bearers. How can I hide in the back?" In recent months, a view had emerged in the army. The Legion of Dionysia had archers and stone throwers for medium to long-range attacks, and a heavy infantry with javelins for close-range attacks. So the role of light shield bearers was dispensable. It was better to abolish this unit and replace it with light armored soldiers similar to the Mount Scouts. Epicthenes and Spit, who were originally light shield bearers, strongly opposed this view, and had been expressing their views to the Devers. The light shield bearers must not be replaced, they were irreplaceable. Now was the time to prove the value of the light shield bearers themselves. Nearly 500 light shield bearers, under the leadership of Epicthenes and Spit, split into pairs of 2 and groups of 3 and passed through the gaps in the fish-scale formation of the heavy infantry. Leotychides' unit was at the forefront of the line, and he himself was in the middle of the first line of the phalanx. That day, he had been locked up for half a day for assaulting a comrade. He was going to be beaten with a stick, but the military judge, considering that war was about to break out, postponed the punishment until after the war and allowed him to make amends. At this time, Leotychides had already begun to climb the slope. Although he was not wearing a helmet, he was carrying more than 40 kilograms of equipment and had to carry weapons in both hands, so it was not easy to stabilize his body while climbing up. Fortunately, it was early autumn, warm and dry. The hillside was overgrown with weeds. It had not rained for more than 10 days, so the soil was soft and a small pit was formed when one stepped on it. Leotychides and his teammates slowly climbed up one step at a time. On the other hand, the attacks from the Mesopi people were even fiercer. Javelins were thrown from a height of more than 30 meters. The javelins struck the round shields with great force. Most of the javelins could pierce through the copper armor, and the remaining force forced Leotychides to lean back. He quickly stabbed the end of the javelin into the soil to stabilize his body. In his peripheral vision, he saw that some of the soldiers had already lost their footing due to the impact and slid down, bringing down their comrades behind them. Fortunately, Dionysia's peculiar offensive formation was like a sawtooth. It was neither continuous nor dense, so it did not affect the orderly advancement of the entire front line. Ever since Leotychides entered the boot camp, he had been interested in Dionysia's unique formation. He found that the setup of this formation was more complicated than the traditional Greek phalanx, but it was very effective and suitable for a variety of terrains. After his private analysis, he once thought that it was more ingenious than the Sparta left-turn tactic that he had been trained since childhood. Later, when he learned that it was the Archon Devers who invented this unique formation alone, he had the impulse to talk to the Devers about some of his views and opinions on this formation. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy, because the Devers were the highest authority in Dionysia, and his current identity was not the crown prince of Sparta, but just a free citizen of Dionysia. So, he could only watch the Devers from afar in the boot camp when they were lecturing on the platform of the training ground. At this time, the javelins of the Pachetti attacked again. Leotychides cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He lowered his body, planted his feet, and opened his eyes wide to see the direction of the javelin's flight. He tilted the round shield slightly, and the tip of the javelin drew a string of sparks on the round shield. However, most of the momentum was offset, and the impact on him was reduced. As soon as Leotychides breathed a sigh of relief, he heard his comrade on the right scream. His body swayed and was about to fall back. He quickly let go of the javelin, stretched out his right hand like lightning, and grabbed the man's arm. The man was Hepbarus. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately shouted sincerely, "Thank you, Prososis." Leotychides nodded at him. Although there was a conflict between them, the battlefield was the melting pot that tempered the friendship between men. At this time, he looked up and saw someone running to the front of the formation. It was the light shield bearers. Leotychides blinked. He knew this type of soldier. During the War of Peloponnesus, Sparta had employed the Thracian light shield bearers many times to support the heavy infantry. But in the battle order of the Legion of Dionysia, the light shield bearers were regarded as an important force, and their position was no lower than that of the heavy infantry. These light shield-bearers held leather shields in their left hands and long-handled hunting knives in their right hands. They wore thin robes and quickly approached the enemy on the hill in a scattered formation. Most of the Pachetti's javelins were also deftly avoided by them. How could they be so fast and agile? Because they were holding long-handled reverse blades, in fact, large scythes. This strange weapon, with a nearly semicircular blade stabbed into the soil, and easily provided a strong aid for them to climb. Spit quickly closed in on the enemy, and 5 or 6 javelins stabbed at him at the same time. Spit was very calm. He suddenly squatted down, and the soft leather armor allowed him to almost stick to the ground along the slope. The leather shield was raised to protect his head, blocking the incoming javelins. The Pachetti, standing on the hilltop, found that it was a little difficult for them to stab the enemy who was almost touching the ground and at such a low angle. The terrain was too sloping downwards, and it was easy to lose their balance and roll down the hill. Therefore, they had to move forward. Chapter 291. The Pachetti soldier screamed, leaned forward, lost his balance, and rolled down the hill. Cespit quickly rolled to the left and dodged the spear that was thrusting at him. This situation happened from time to time on the Pachetti's line of defense, forcing them to retreat involuntarily. Naturally, the number of javelins thrown at the Dionia soldiers was greatly reduced. 7th Brigade, good job. Behind Leotychides, a soldier praised loudly. Hurry up, climb up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Parmenius, the platoon leader in the center of his small phalanx, urged loudly. The flag-bearer waved the military flag forward continuously. Leotychides and his teammates watched as the light shield soldiers showed off their power alone. How could they fall behind? So, they cooperated with each other and struggled to climb up. The 30-meter height was soon trampled under their feet. The light shield soldiers had retreated to both sides of the small phalanx, leaving only the enemy in front of them. Hades! The soldiers shouted the name of the League's patron saint and raised their shields to meet the enemy. The army of Tryphias and Tedepras rushed to the predetermined position on the right flank. Usually, it would take them a long time to regroup before they could launch an attack, but with the Dionysian army already engaged, they were stimulated to speed up. As there were no enemies in front, both Tryphias and Tedepras mixed the light infantry into the phalanx to increase the thickness of the entire phalanx, and hurriedly began to climb the hill in a more scattered formation. The gentle slope was more than 20 meters high, and it was easy to climb up. They would attack the enemy's flank to determine the outcome of this battle. But when they stepped confidently and easily on the hillside, a large number of enemies suddenly appeared at the top of the hill. The Messapi cavalry. Tryphias was shocked, but then he calmed down. Although the Messapi cavalry was powerful, this was not flat ground. There was not enough space for them to gallop. Would they dare to fight the heavy infantry head-on? The Heraclea Metapontum coalition army continued up. The cavalry at the top of the slope began to throw short javelins. Just as the Greeks raised their shields to defend, many people began to exclaim, "Cavalry! The Messapi cavalry is behind us." The soldiers heard a roar behind them as a large group of Messapic cavalry circled the mountain pass in the distance and began to throw javelins at the rear of the Greek formation as they climbed the hill. The combined army of Heraclea and Metapontum was thrown into confusion by this sudden attack. In fact, there were not only the Messapi cavalry here, but also the Pachetti cavalry, a total of 1,300. At this moment, the cavalrymen at the top of the mountain began to caress the heads of their mounts. They bent down and whispered something to their beloved mounts. Their eyes were filled with reluctance, but their expressions soon became determined. Lycaon! Pachetti's cavalry raised their hands and shouted. Lycaon! The Messapi cavalrymen responded one after another. King Lycaon dared to make fun of the Greek god Zeus. Although he was turned into a wolf, most of his descendants thought of him as a hero. Before every battle, they would shout his name to boost morale. Due to the influence of Hellenism, the Messapi had gradually abandoned this tradition, but now they picked it up again. The cavalrymen at the top of the mountain hugged the necks of their horses with both hands and squeezed the bellies of their horses. Hundreds of war horses began to run down the slope in a loose formation, faster and faster. From time to time, the cavalrymen and horses would roll to the ground, but it did not affect the speed and fighting spirit of the cavalry. Raise your shields to defend. Tryphias saw this situation, and for a moment, his mind went blank. In the eyes of the soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum, this was like facing rows of boulders rolling down the mountain. Who dared to block the powerful momentum of the roaring? Just as they wanted to dodge in horror, the cavalry had already hit the phalanx head-on. Suddenly, horses neighed, people screamed, horses were broken, and people were sent flying. The Greek soldiers rolled to the ground, and almost no one stood. The Greek phalanx collapsed in an instant. The Devers soon received a report from Tormid. A large number of enemy cavalry had suddenly appeared on the right flank. He immediately felt a little uneasy and made a prompt decision. Wyzam, lead your brigade to reinforce the troops of Tryphias and Tudap immediately. After repelling the enemy cavalry, continue to attack the enemy's flank. Yes, Wyzam finally got the task he had been waiting for. He excitedly beat his right chest with his left fist. After saluting to the Devers, he ran down the hill and came to the passageway. He shouted to his men, "Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy." Amidst the cheers, the soldiers of the reconnaissance brigade held a small leather shield in their left hand and a short sword in their right hand. They rushed to the right flank briskly. Amarchus did not understand why these Dionia people were so keen to participate in the battle, but he was still shocked by their high fighting spirit. He secretly made up his mind. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tarentum would try not to have a conflict with the war-loving Dionia. Sir Devers, no matter how powerful the Messapi cavalry is, they can't defeat the Greek heavy infantry. Moreover, this is a mountainous area. There's no need for you to send reinforcements. Amarchus could not help but advise. How could the Messapi, who are good at cavalry, not know what we know? But they still sent their cavalry. There's something wrong with this, said the Devers calmly. Amarchus felt that what he said made sense, and he was a little more worried. Previously, the messenger, Tormid, had already summarized the information sent back by the messengers waiting at the rear of the two legions and the various brigades. He reported to the Devers. The brigade led by Amyntas has forced the Messapi heavy infantry at the bottom of the central valley to retreat. The 1st and 2nd legions on the left and right flank have also gained a slight advantage in the battle against the Pachetti, who have occupied the terrain. Also, after the 2 light infantry battalions retreated from the frontline battle, they have begun to merge their troops in accordance with your instructions. They will then circle to the left, because the army of Heraclea and Metapontum is circling around the right to attack the enemy's flank. In a situation where they had the upper hand on all fronts, the Devers had already realized that the enemy had fewer troops than themselves. This was the first time since he had led the army to fight in Greece that he had the upper hand in a battle. Therefore, he had the confidence to send reinforcements and nip any possible disadvantages in the bud. The king of the Pachetti, Clemone, had never imagined that the current situation on the battlefield would be the complete opposite of what he had imagined. Not only were the Messapi, who were heavily stationed in the lower parts of the valley, being forced to retreat, but even the Pachetti warriors, who he was proud of, who had an obvious geographical advantage, were unable to repel the enemy. Although they were currently in a stalemate, judging from the situation of the battle, this stalemate would not last long. This was because Clemone knew that his soldiers were poorly equipped and that he had fewer troops. Previously, he had almost transferred soldiers to assist the left flank in order to make his formation roughly equal in length to the enemy's formation to prevent the flank from being attacked. However, when the geographical advantage and the bravery of the soldiers were not enough to stop and repel the enemy, a stalemate would only benefit the enemy. Now, the only good news was that the cavalry had defeated the enemy on the left flank. Clemone hoped that after they quickly dispersed the defeated enemy, they could help the left flank to defeat the enemy in front of them, thus establishing the victory of the battle. At this moment, Clemoni saw his scouts rushing down the mountain from afar. He dismounted and hurriedly ran up the mountain, feeling a little uneasy. "Your Majesty, more than 1,000 enemies have reinforced the left flank. Our cavalry has fallen into a bitter battle." In fact, to say that it was a bitter battle was just putting it mildly. In fact, Mapes' mixed cavalry had charged down from the top of the mountain and attacked from the front and back, defeating the allied forces of Heraclea and Metapontum. However, when they chased after the defeated soldiers, because the mountain path was narrow, there were some obstructions between the enemy and the cavalry. The cavalry's advantage in speed had been completely lost, but the Greek soldiers had lost their courage and only cared about running away instead of fighting back. However, when Zam's brigade went around the mountain path and surrounded them from both sides, the disaster for Mapes' cavalry arrived. Riding on horses without saddles and fighting on the spot, the cavalry could not use all their strength to fight against the Dionia, but it was almost impossible to immediately retreat from the crowded road. And the soldiers of the Mountain Scout Brigade, under the protection of leather shields, could not only stab people but also hurt horses with their short swords. The fleeing Greek soldiers gradually recovered their morale and began to fight again. Mapes' cavalry had fallen into a dead end and was not far from defeat. What? How can the Greeks still have troops that haven't joined the battle? Clemoni stared at the cavalry. In this era, city-states did not have the habit of keeping their reserve troops in battle. All their forces would be pressed together in a battle. That was why Clemoni dared to risk using his cavalry to attack in a terrain that was clearly unfavorable for cavalry. Now, his greatest hope of victory was extinguished just like that. He took a few steps forward and looked at the top of the mountain opposite him. He could vaguely see the towering golden flag. He knew that the enemy's commander was there, the military genius who shocked the South. Clemoni murmured in a low voice, feeling depressed. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Seeing that Clemoni was in a trance, Pullo hurriedly asked, "What to do? Retreat?" Now that the two armies were tangled together, how could it be easy to retreat? That would only increase the casualties of the Pachetti people. He had still underestimated the Dionia people. This army, which is said to be a new city-state alliance, is very strong. If I can avoid fighting them in the future, I'll try my best to. A trace of fear rose in Tremoni's heart, and he regretted choosing to ambush the people of Tarentum and handing the task of intercepting the Dionysian reinforcements to the Massapi. Wait. After a long time, Clemoni spat out a word. Pullo was stunned, but he quickly understood that Clemoni meant to wait for the Massapi people to finish off the Tarentum people, and then come as reinforcements as soon as possible. This was putting his hope on others, which was not Clemoni's usual practice at all. Chapter 292. The messenger sent by Pachetti for help had already reached the battlefield of the ambush on Tarentum, but he could not see the Massapi city-state archons led by Pachimerus, because everyone was involved in the encirclement and annihilation of the Tarentum army. The Greek heavy infantry had strong defense, and it was even stronger in melee combat. The heavy infantry that only focused on defense and did not attack was simply like a hard tortoiseshell. It would take time and stamina to smash it open. The initial ambush by the Massapi people cut the snake-like marching column of Tarentum into a dozen sections. When they surrounded each section of the enemy, the number of Massapi soldiers became insufficient. But as the battle progressed, the casualties of the Tarentum people increased, making each encirclement smaller and smaller. If it weren't for the sound of Dionia's bugle, the Tarentum people might have given up fighting. Now, the only thing that supported them to continue to hold on was the belief to survive. But as the small encirclement was gradually destroyed one after another, the shackles around the necks of the remaining soldiers began to tighten. Hephaestus had heard that Prososus performed extremely well in the recruit training camp, but he did not expect that on the real battlefield, Prososus would not be lenient when it came to killing people. It was completely different from the first battle. It was not. His round shield defense, head attack, and stab of the stinger were skillful and ingenious. The stinger would not be waved indiscriminately, but as long as it was used, it would cause the enemy to scream. It was really ruthless and accurate. Prososus' ruthlessness made the fierce Pacheti people fearful, and they subconsciously avoided his assault. Under the leadership of Prososus, his teammates fought to be the first, and the Pacheti people's defense line was in danger. Matonis, who was supervising the battle in the middle of the brigade, saw this scene below and could not help but be overjoyed. He asked excitedly, "Who is the warrior at the front?" Parmenius, the captain of the small square formation in front, quickly answered, "Prososus." "It's Prososus." His teammates also rushed to answer. "Commander-in-Chief, Matoni's 3rd Brigade has broken through the enemy's defense line. Aminta's 4th Battalion has also broken through. Eptini's and Spit's light infantry have destroyed the enemy's flank. Zam's Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade has joined forces with Heraclea and Metapontum's troops to destroy the enemy's flank." Good news came one after another. When Tormid reported it to the Devers, Amarcus could not help but shout excitedly, "That's great! We finally won." The Devers also revealed a relieved smile. "Give the order. Blow the horn to attack and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Let's retreat." Tremoni's expression was bleak, but he was still calm. After all, he had experienced failure before. He had lost a lot of land in the previous war with the Downey tribe, but he had survived. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The whole army had already collapsed, and the Pacheti warriors were scrambling to escape. Before he left, Tremoni did not forget to take another look at the top of the mountain opposite him, as if he was trying to remember the dazzling flag in his heart. "Your Majesty, do you want to tell the Misapi people?" Porlo reminded him. Tremoni was depressed and did not want to say more. However, looking at the scattered soldiers, how could the Misapi people not know? He might as well do them a favor. He sighed and said, "Since I'm going to tell them that the Dionia's attack is fierce, we did not stop them. Let them decide whether to retreat or continue fighting." The soldiers beside him fell one by one. Diomyres was also injured in many places. He felt that he was going to die this time. However, the Misapi people who surrounded them suddenly became restless. He heard the enemy shouting loudly. Unfortunately, he could not understand the Misapi language. However, someone among the soldiers was already shouting excitedly in a tired voice, "The Misapi people say that the Pacheti have been defeated. The Dionia people have won. We are saved." When the desperate soldiers heard these words, they immediately cheered up and shouted the news of victory to each other. Finally, they all said the same thing, "Hold fast! Hold fast! The Dionia reinforcements will arrive soon." Time passed with difficulty. The attacks of the Misapi people gradually weakened, and they finally retreated. Faced with the retreat of the Misapi people, Diomyres did not want to pursue them. In fact, he could not command any of the soldiers at the moment. All the Tarantum soldiers were in the same situation as him. After more than 2 hours of continuous resistance, their physical strength and energy were exhausted to the limit. He sat on the ground and did not want to stand up at all. The joy of surviving a disaster was lost when he saw the corpses of the soldiers and the wounded soldiers who fell to the ground moaning. No one could be happy. In this battle, the Misapi people suffered 1,200 casualties. The main casualties came from the reinforcement cavalry, which was almost completely wiped out, and the casualties of the Agracia heavy infantry. The Pacheti people suffered less than 600 casualties. The reason for their low casualties was that during infantry battles, there were often not many casualties in frontal battles. The main losses were after the retreat. For example, in the second battle between Dionia and Crotone, they relied on the pursuit of the light infantry and cavalry to catch up with most of the fleeing Crotone heavy infantry. Such a good opportunity did not appear in this mountain battle, because the Pacheti people were familiar with the mountains and had poor equipment. It was these characteristics that made it impossible for the light infantry of Dionia to catch up with them when they were fleeing. Moreover, the cavalry of Dionia did not participate in the battle. Even if they appeared on the battlefield, they could not do anything to the Pacheti people in the mountains. On the other side of the war, Tarantum suffered more than 4,000 casualties, which was close to 1/3 of its army, and most of them died in battle. Dionia suffered 600 casualties, but most of them were injured, mostly from falling down the hillside. Heraclea and Metapontum suffered more than 800 casualties. Therefore, although it was the Messapi and Pacheti coalition that retreated in the end, the Greek coalition suffered more losses. However, Messapi and Pacheti lost a large number of cavalry, and Dionia gained nearly 400 high-quality war horses. When the Devers saw Diomedes, they did not put on the attitude of savior, but still faced him with a normal attitude. At the same time, they also enthusiastically commanded the medical team to rescue the wounded soldiers of Tarentum, which made Diomedes feel ashamed. The Messapi coalition left the Amlern Hills and entered the territory of Tarentum, quickly retreating north. However, the Greek coalition was too tired and too many wounded soldiers to chase after them. They stationed themselves in several nearby villages and temporarily rested. At the same time, they sent people to Tarentum to report the situation and escort the wounded soldiers back to camp. On this day, the Senate of Dionia received a person. His name was Mithrodates, and he came to ask for help from Dionia. However, he did not come from any of the allied city-states of Dionia, but from a Shelou tribe in the territory of Bruttii. It turned out that in the process of unification, the Bruttii tribal alliance of Cosenza began to speed up the incorporation and merger of the large and small tribes in the territory. Under the general trend and coercion of force, most of the tribes chose to obey, but a small number of tribes led by the Shelou tribe refused to integrate. According to Mithrodates, they were Greeks, and most of them were forced to escape into the mountains after the destruction of Sybaris. They had the pride of the Greeks, so how could they be incorporated by the barbarians and truly live a barbaric life? The envoys of the Bruttii Cosenza city visited the Shelou tribe several times, but after their persuasion failed, there was no more movement. The people of the Shelou tribe thought that the matter was over. However, a few months later, after Cosenza completed the control of most of the Bruttii tribes and carried out effective management, he once again sent an envoy to Sheluin. This time, the envoy directly and forcefully demanded that the Shelou tribe immediately surrender and fully accept the governance of the tribal alliance, or else they would be annihilated by the army. The Shelou tribe panicked and hurriedly sent Mithrodates to ask for help from Trine. Trine admitted that they did not have the ability to interfere in this matter, but fortunately, they had already let Cypros communicate with the consul Devers of Dionia in advance, so they let Mithrodates turn to Dionia for help. On this day, the rotating chairman of the Senate was Cornelis, and he looked at the envoy who claimed to be Greek, but did not look like one at all, with a puzzled expression. Mithrodates saw the doubts of the senators and explained, "I inherited the appearance of the Bruttii's mother, and because I do not look like a Greek, the leader of the Shelou tribe chose me, because this is the only way to not arouse the suspicion of the surrounding Bruttii people." Cornelis muttered in his heart. The Devers had once raised the issue of the Bruttii tribe before the expedition, but before they could carry out an in-depth discussion, they were interrupted because of Tarentum's request for help. At this time, Polixus stood up and said, "What can we Dionia do now? Protest to the Bruttii people and ask them not to annex this small tribe. I'm afraid that all of you here will not believe that with just a word from us, we can make the Bruttii stop the operation that they have been preparing for a long time. If the Bruttii people reject us, what should we do? If we give up just like that, we will only lose the prestige of Dionia as the strongest alliance of the Devers. But if we want to take further action, then other than war, I can't think of any other measures that can be taken." Chapter 293. Polixus' words were what most of the Senate senators were worried about. The senators born in Turii and Amendola, including Cunigrata, had all suffered from the disaster of the destruction of their cities, so they had a deep fear of war. Chrymis's Antares, Eurypus, and Predes, because they had just arrived and were closer to Cornelis and Cunigrata, supported their decision. The senators who were in favor of war were either sent to other cities by the Devers to take up important positions, such as Helos, Cesta, and Butler, or followed him to Tarentum, such as Capys, Dracos, Antonios, and Alexis. Only the military officer Felicius and commercial officer Marigi were left, and they firmly expressed that they should support the West Lu tribe and stop Kazinsa from annexing them, so that the Brudi tribe alliance could not be allowed to become stronger. Even the Devers' other confidant, Merces, was worried that the outbreak of war would consume a lot of money and resources, so he was wavering. On the other hand, Vespa and Hemont, who were born in Lucania, expressed their support for the West Lu tribe based on their previous experiences. In general, there were very few people who supported the West Lu tribe, and most of the senators were against interfering in the internal affairs of the Brudi tribe, so as not to cause a war. Polixus was proud of the fact that for the first time, his suggestion had the support of the majority in the Senate and was about to be passed. At this moment, Plazinas stood up. "Senators, I remember that Lord Devers briefly mentioned the Brudi issue before he left. He said with concern, Brudi may become a big threat to our Dionia. Therefore, I believe that any decision involving the Brudi must be made known to Lord Devers, and he will make the final decision, especially when we cannot reach an agreement." Plazinas was not an ordinary senator. As the priest in charge of the Temple of Hades, most of his energy was devoted to the affairs of the temple, cultivating young priests and saintesses, perfecting the various systems of the temple, and supervising the construction of temples in other cities. It could be seen that the high priest Devers valued him very much, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, and Plazinas also repaid the trust of the Devers with his outstanding performance. For the faith of Hades to be accepted by the people of other cities in Dionia in such a short time was inseparable from his efforts. Therefore, not only did he have a certain reputation among the people of Dionia, but his words also carried weight in the Senate. As soon as he spoke, the others had to reconsider the real intention of his words. After all, he had the support of the Devers. Felicius and Merces were also the confidants of the Devers, but one of them was focused on military affairs, and the other was obsessed with money, so they were not very sensitive to politics. Marigi was no stranger to politics, but unfortunately, he was a citizen of Persian descent. When the Devers were not in the Senate, most of the senators of Turii and Amendalar would often ignore his opinions, intentionally or unintentionally. Polixus thought that Plazinas was deliberately sabotaging his plan, so he couldn't help but stand up and said angrily, Devers, do you think that without the Devers, the Senate can't decide anything and do anything?" Plazinas pretended to be surprised and said, "Lord Polixus, in your eyes, do you think that we are doing nothing? Lord Cunigarata and Lord Cornelis are exhausting their energy for the prosperity and stability of Turii and Amendalar every day. Lord Burks is going to every city and village in Dionia to supervise the people's farming. Vespa and Lord Hemont are paying close attention to the situation of the tribes in Lucania municipality and are going to resolve their conflicts at any time. Lord Strompoli is creating our own silver coins for Dionia that are comparable to the owls. Lord Ansitanos is building new schools for all the cities in Dionia. Lord Helps is calling on all the cities in Greece to hold the first medical conference in Greece. Lord Protesilaus is proposing new bills every once in a while to improve the laws of Dionia. The Public Administration Committee of the Alliance, headed by Lord Tritodmos, is paying attention to the appointment and performance of every city's officials every day. Lord Enanilus is supervising the construction of warships and training the navy. Lord Scombras, every time Plazinas mentioned the work of an elder, he would respectfully salute that person, and the elder whose name was mentioned would respond with a smile. He spoke unhurriedly, almost mentioning most of the elders. The reason why we have so many things to work hard and enjoy is because of the genius leadership of Lord Devers. That's why Dionia is so powerful today, and why we don't have to worry about being invaded by other cities, and we can peacefully govern the Alliance's territory. Who among us has more outstanding military skills than Lord Devers? Better leadership skills? Have a stronger ability to judge the situation? No one. Although it was only Mercy's answer, all the elders were silent. They more or less agreed with this statement in their hearts. In this case, even if Lord Devers isn't here, we should listen to his opinion before making a decision, because no one can make a better judgment than him. because no one can make the right judgment better than him. Plazena's words made the small number of senators who were mainly Polixis and dissatisfied with the Devers' excessive control over the Senate speechless. Indeed, the decisions that the Devers had made so far were not wrong. That was why Dionia had developed so quickly. At this time, Cunigarata stood up and supported the proposal to let the Devers decide the Shalou tribe's problems. The elders of Amendalara, led by Cornelis, and the Turii elders Ansitanos, Buccos, Inanalis, and Massicus all agreed, and the matter was settled. After the meeting was adjourned, Plazenas and Helps walked out of the hall together. The two of them were discussing whether some freedmen and foreigners who were believers of the Hades could first be treated by the hospital because they had no money for treatment, and then the newly established relief fund of the Hades Temple would advance the payment. The money was also donated by the people of Dionia when they came to the temple to pray. Head priest, Plazenas heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Marigi quickly catching up to him. If it wasn't for you, the Shalou tribe's request for help would have been rejected. After 2 years of training in government affairs, Plazenas' mind was much more mature and steady than before. He immediately said modestly, "I actually didn't do anything. It was mainly Lord Diver's prestige that played a major role. Don't be fooled by Polixis' arrogance. His ability to persuade is actually very average." "Yeah, Polixis has been very active recently," Marigi said meaningfully. "Don't worry, he can't do anything," Plazenas immediately replied. "If this Polixis is so annoying, why did he enter the Senate in the first place?" Helps, who didn't care much about medicine or politics, interrupted. Plazenas coughed a few times. Back then, the Devers led the army to repel the Crotone army and wanted to take control of Turin. In order to appease and stabilize the people of Turin, and at the same time to absorb useful talents, they recruited famous, influential, and talented people into the Senate. This included Plazenas, who had once opposed the Devers. Facts prove that this method was very effective. Not only did the people of Turin quickly accept the Devers as the leader of the Amendarans, but they also did manage to recruit many talents, such as Buccos, Plazenas, Anchitanos, Admiral Inanalis. Help's words without thinking made Plazenas feel a little awkward. Marigi stepped forward to help. "Sir Felicius is holding a banquet tonight. Sir Plazenas, are you interested in attending?" Plazenas' eyes lit up. He knew that although he was highly regarded by the Devers, the people that the Devers trusted the most were the former mercenaries and citizens who had gone through fire and water with him. Moreover, these people were relatively united and were the most powerful political force in Dionia, especially in terms of military affairs. Now that they invited him, did it mean that he had gained the recognition of this group? The next day, when the Devers, Diamiras, Amarcas, Triphias, and Tedepras were discussing the next step of the army's action plan, they once again had a disagreement. Triphias believed that although the Allied forces won this battle, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and it was not suitable to continue the attack. Instead, they should retreat to the city to reorganize and wait for the Mapri Allied forces to invade again. Diamiras was inclined to this opinion from the bottom of his heart, but as the commander of this Tyrannum army, the citizen soldiers suffered such a large number of casualties, but the results of the battle were few. When the people knew about the situation, they would definitely vent their anger on him. He had to have a decent battle record so that he would not be impeached by the citizens' assembly. So he suggested that they take a break and continue north to attack Brindisi. If the Mapri Allied forces stopped them, then they would fight them. This time, they would be fighting on the plains, so the Greek heavy infantry and the Greek phalanx would have a place to fight. The cavalry of the Mapri Allied forces had already suffered heavy losses, so this time, although the Greek Allied forces were fewer in number, they would definitely have the upper hand. If the Mapri Allied forces avoided the battle, then they would capture Brindisi, rescue the captured people of Tarentum, obtain the spoils of war, and capture the indigenous people in the city, bring them back to Tarentum, and make them slaves to please the people and make up for their mistakes. Chapter 294. Finally, the four of them looked at the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, Devers, who had the final say. At this moment, Devers was in a dilemma. After experiencing Diomeira's unauthorized action, the easy collapse of the Allied forces in Metapontum and Heraclea, he was discouraged by such a joint operation and worried that he would be dragged down by a poor ally again. Tryphias just wanted to bring the army back to the city, while he wanted to lead the army back to Thurii immediately. But doing so would undoubtedly destroy the alliance with Tarentum, and it might also affect the image of keeping promises that Dionia had worked hard to build. While he was hesitating, the guard came in and reported that the Messapians had sent an envoy. Everyone was surprised. Devers' heart skipped a beat. He asked to let the Messapian envoy in and listen to what he had to say. Originally, after the Messapian allied forces gathered the defeated soldiers and reorganized the army, the Messapian archons led by Pacimorus believed that although the final result of this battle was not very good, the allied forces chose to retreat and the cavalry suffered heavy losses, the Tarentum army should have suffered more losses. Compared with the Tarentum army, the strength of their own army was more advantageous than before the war. In the next battle, they should take the initiative and continue to attack Tarentum. Previously, several Messapian archons had openly and secretly complained that their failure to stop the reinforcements had caused the good situation to go down the drain. King Tremoni of the Pacheti expressed strong opposition. He emphasized that the main force of the Greek allied forces, the Dionysian army, had a unique formation, well-trained, and amazing combat power. They could even repel the Pacheti, who had the geographical advantage in the mountain battle. In that case, if they fought on the plains, the Messapian allied forces would not be a match for the Greek allied forces with the Dionysian army as the main force. The Messapian archons were more or less aware of the combat power of the Pacheti, and they found it hard to believe that Tremoni, who had always been rebellious, actually said such a thing. At this time, Timothy Grass stood up and endorsed Tremoni. He once again emphasized the terrifying strength of the Dionysian army. Even though the Agracia heavy infantry had a thicker formation than the Dionia heavy infantry, the Agracia heavy infantry was still beaten back by the enemy, and finally, they were defeated. At the same time, he also reminded everyone that the Dionia heavy infantry could throw javelins, which were very lethal to infantry at close range. The faces of the archons finally turned solemn. Eugentum's consul, Calminus, said worriedly, "I heard that Dionia is a large city-state alliance on the other side of the bay. It has jurisdiction over 5 or 6 city-states and many other alliances. It is stronger than Tarentum, and it can easily send tens of thousands of people to reinforce Tarentum. Even if we defeat it in the end, I think it can still send another 10,000 people. Can we afford such losses?" After a short period of silence, Pacimorus said slowly and helplessly, "Perhaps we should negotiate with Dionia. Peace talks." Everyone was astonished. Only Tremoni looked calm. Pacimorus saw this and sighed in his heart. It seems that the Pacheti do not have much fighting spirit. If they continue to fight, I am afraid they will not do their best. The hope for peace talks in Pacimorus' heart grew stronger. He pulled himself together and said seriously, "The Dionians have never had any conflict with us, and they're also quite far away from us. The reason why they are at war with us is because they are allies of Tarentum, and they have come here to fulfill the covenant. Defeating us will not do Dionia any good. Instead, it will cause casualties to their soldiers because of the battle. If we propose peace talks, do you think Dionia will accept it? As long as this powerful outsider leaves, there will only be Tarentum left, and in the future, Tamageras, the Agracia consul, volunteered to go to the Greek camp. After the guards confirmed that he was not carrying any weapons, they allowed him to enter the tent. In the tent, in addition to the guards, there were 5 Greek generals. Tamageras' eyes fell on the youngest general. He should be the consul Devers of Dionia, the culprit who forced the Mapu alliance to send an envoy to the Greek camp. Out of caution, he nodded to the young general and then asked in Greek, "Consul Devers of Dionia?" "That's me." The Devers nodded. "It's my honor to meet you." Timagarath respectfully saluted Messapi, then said, "I am Timagarath, magistrate of Agracia, and I represent the Mapu alliance. As an emissary, I have come to discuss with you how to end this meaningless war. Sure enough, they want peace talks. Although the Devers was happy, he said calmly, I think you found the wrong person to negotiate with. You should talk to the consul of Tarentum, Marcus, and Sir Diomyrus. He turned his body slightly and pointed his left hand at the two people behind him. You have just been defeated by us, and you want peace talks. Diomyrus hated the Misapi people, and because Timageras ignored Tarentum as soon as he came in, he became even angrier. Go back and tell your companions in animal skins that Tarentum does not accept peace talks. We will continue to attack and take back Brindisi. If you have the guts, you can come and stop us. Defeated by you? Timageras sneered sarcastically. You and I both know who lost more in the previous battle. If this is considered a defeat for us, we don't mind doing it a few more times. Without the timely reinforcements from Dionia, I'm afraid you would have become a corpse. How dare you yell at me here? Faced with the roar of Diomyrus, Timageras continued to say loudly, the warriors of Misapi and Pachetti are ready. Even if they have to sacrifice their lives, they will kill the enemies who dare to invade our territory. I wonder if the people of Tarentum have the same courage? After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Diomyrus to refute. He immediately turned his head to the Devers and said, the bravery of the Dionia people has won the respect of the Misapi people. King Tremoni of Pachetti admires you very much, and specially asked me to send his regards to you. However, I would like to ask Sir Devers, the people of Dionia have crossed the bay and fought with us, who have never had any conflicts in the past. If we win, we won't get any benefits. If we lose, our bones will be buried in a foreign land. Is it worth it to do so? The Devers was well aware that the Misapi consul had been using various ways to drive a wedge between Dionia and Tarentum the moment he came in. He emphasized, Tarentum is a friendly ally of Dionia. It is the duty of Dionia to abide by the covenant and assist the ally in defending against foreign invasions. What's more, Dionia is obliged to maintain the peace of the neighboring Greek city-states, because only when there is no war between neighbors, the people of Dionia will have a peaceful life. The words of the Devers vaguely revealed his expectations and ambitions for Dionia. Tryphia's and Tedepra's eyes lit up when they heard this. Timageras, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. Timageras' expression changed slightly. He heard the warning given to him by the Devers, and he quickly responded, Sir Devers, according to what you said, you are here to help Tarentum resist the invasion. But in fact, Tarentum is not being invaded by the Misapi people, but is instead being seized from our Misapi people. Manduria is a city-state of the Misapi people. Brindisi is also a city-state of the Misapi people. Since the beginning of this year, the people of Tarentum have been attacking our land on a large scale, taking away our Manduria and Brindisi, killing countless Misapi warriors, and turning countless Misapi people, including women and children, into slaves of Tarentum. We fought back because we wanted to take back our land and avenge our clansmen. Sir Devers, you said that Dionia is obliged to help its neighbors maintain peace and resist aggression. Does it also include helping its allies to invade the land of other countries and kill the people of other countries? Timageras' words were impassioned, and the expressions on the faces of Timageras and Diomedes changed drastically. The Devers, on the other hand, secretly praised in his heart, smart, just to the point. He immediately put on an embarrassed look. This damn Misapi people, don't pretend to be pitiful. Diomedes retorted angrily. Who has been invading whom all these years? Who is the real victim? Every summer, who runs to the land of Tarentum to rob food and kill people. This year, we launched an attack just to respond to the call of the goddess of vengeance, to avenge the blood debt you owe to Tarentum all these years. In the face of Diomedes' strong rebuttal, Timageras said calmly, why do we invade Tarentum every year? The reason is very simple. The land of Tarentum originally belonged to us Misapi people. Hundreds of years ago, your ancestors drove away the weak Misapi people who lived here and occupied this land. So what? Hundreds of years have passed, and this land now belongs to us, Tarantum. Since you could take it away, of course, we want to take it back. Unfortunately, you can't do it. On the contrary, in a few years, Manduria will also become a city-state of Tarantum. Diomedes, Humicus loudly interrupted the two of them. The two of them had already deviated from the main topic, and they looked at the three city-state archons, led by Devers, who were already impatient. Humicus hurriedly said, "Misapi people, you didn't come here just to argue, did you?" Chapter 295. I said. As soon as Diomedes spoke, he was interrupted by Umicas. Let's hear the conditions of the Misapi's peace talks. Timogarath cleared his throat and said, Tarantum, Misapi, and Pachetti immediately cease fighting and return to their respective territories. Each party will return the prisoners from the war. Both parties will sign a peace agreement for 2 years. During these 2 years, they will not invade each other. After that, they will decide whether to renew the agreement based on the situation. What do you mean return to their respective territories? Umicas was keenly aware of the problem with this sentence. Of course, it is to return to the state before the war began. The occupied territories must be returned. Timogarath said confidently. Diomedes cursed loudly and roared. You want us to give up Manduria? Dream on. If you want it, pay with the lives of the Misapi. The negotiations soon broke down, but Timogarath was not in a hurry. He said, I hope you will consider it seriously. The Misapi camp welcomes you at any time. After that, he turned a blind eye to Diomedes' curses and left. He could see that in addition to Tarantum's stubborn attitude, the consul Devers of Dionia, as well as the generals of Metapontum and Heraclea, were somewhat tempted by the proposal of peace talks. The Greek coalition was not monolithic, and there was something to be done about it. What Timogarath could see, of course, Umicas could see. Therefore, he explained to the Devers, we can't agree to such a request for peace talks. Even if we agree, it won't work because the people of Tarantum will not agree to give up Manduria, which was exchanged with the blood of their citizens. The Devers smiled. I understand, but negotiations are like buying and selling goods. We can bargain. The Misapi don't have to recapture Manduria. Umicas was a little anxious when he heard that. The Misapi are not sincere. The peace agreement they proposed is only for 2 years. In 2 years, Tarantum will not be able to restore its previous strength. It would not be able to cope with their possible invasion again. The Devers pondered for a moment. Just as they were about to speak, the tent was opened. Tormod walked in. Consul, the Senate sent an urgent letter saying that the Brudi have made a move. Devers suddenly stood up and asked anxiously, Where is the letter? The messenger is waiting for you in your tent, my lord. Devers had an anxious look on his face. Without saying a word, he walked out. The other four looked at each other in dismay. The Brudi? Amarcus thought the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it. Diomedes had no impression of this at all. The Brudi are indigenous people who live in the mountains west of Dionia. They're close to Dioria. They used to come down from the mountains to rob the people and properties of cities like Turii and Castellan. Tryphius explained in detail. The Brudi shouldn't be strong, right? Umicas asked with some hope. Tryphius thought about it seriously. He looked solemn, but he was deliberately exaggerating the facts. The Brudi have little contact with the outside world because no other race has ever been able to invade their land. Vigo City took the initiative to surrender to the Lucanian coalition. Strictly speaking, the Lucanians did not enter the land of the Brudi. It is said that they have dozens of tribes and 5 or 6 large cities. In terms of strength, I'm afraid they are stronger than the Pachetti. After hearing this, Umicas and Diomedes felt uneasy in their hearts. After leaving the military tent, the anxiety on the Devers' face disappeared without a trace. He even had the leisure to tease Tormod. Good performance just now. Tormod also laughed. In the beginning, he was known as the mercenary army's first herald. One of the main reasons was that he was good at understanding the intentions and difficulties of the leaders. He did his best to help them achieve or resolve them. It was because he felt the inner conflict of the Devers that he took the opportunity of the West Lu tribe to enter the tent and yell. He was not sure if the Devers would accept his self-determined approach, because it was his first time acting as the personal herald of the Devers. Even though both parties had dealings in Persia, the status of the Devers and him was now very different. The Devers' words dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. "What's the specific situation?" the Devers asked calmly. Based on his understanding of the Brudi during this period of time, even if the race was moving towards unification, he did not think that the Brudi could pose any great threat to the Daionia alliance. "I heard that a tribe of Greeks in the territory of the Brudi has sent people to the Senate for help because they refused to obey Kazinsa's order to incorporate them. Kazinsa wants to send a large army to destroy them. You can ask Marigi for the details. He is waiting for you in your military tent," Tormund said seriously. "Oh, Marigi is here too." The Devers' heart skipped a beat, but his footsteps did not change. "A Greek tribe?" He must be talking about the West Lu tribe. Just when he was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. "It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." He pondered along the way and soon arrived at his military tent. After reading the urgent letter sent by the Senate's rotating president, Cornelis, and carefully listening to Marigi's narration, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the busy alliance's highest commercial official came to deliver a letter for me because of Polixis? Polixis, who only knows how to yell in the Senate and has no power, is he worth my attention? Marigi raised his eyebrows. "I came to Tarantum mainly to take this opportunity to come over and understand the situation of the port of Tarantum. However, Sir Devers, Polixis has indeed been too active recently, which may cause some senators to have other ideas." He took a few steps closer and lowered his voice, as if he wanted to remind the Devers of something. The Devers looked calm, but his heart was racing a few times. He did not care much about Polixis' dissatisfaction with him, because few other senators in the Senate would support him, and he needed such an opposition to show that the Senate was not his alone. But if Polixis thought that his indulgence towards him was due to his weakness and arrogance, which may lead to some possible chain reactions, then he needed to warn him. Marigi saw that the Devers were a little absent-minded and knew that his words had an effect. He changed to another matter. "Sir, I heard from the reserve soldiers stationed in the Tarantum barracks that for the past 2 days there have been many Tarantum citizens surrounding the barracks gate, not only loudly insulting the Daionia soldiers, but also demanding punishment for criminals." "What criminals? What happened?" Divers furrowed his brows and asked hurriedly. He was quite sensitive to violations of military discipline. "It said that some soldiers in our legion beat up a Tarantum theater owner in the market outside the barracks." "There's such a thing." The Devers became angry when he heard it, and shouted, "Tormund!" Tormund answered and entered. "Go inform Capus and Dracos, and ask them to send military judges to investigate who in their respective legions participated in the fight in the market before the expedition." After that, his anger seemed to have subsided a little. He thought for a moment and added, "What's caused it?" After Tormund left, the Devers temporarily put the matter behind him and turned to ask Marigi, "What's the price of grain in the Turii market now?" "It's quite high. Because of the war in Sicily and here, especially the war between Syracuse and Carthage, which lasted for a long time, there were too many people involved in the war, and the demand for grain was very high, which affected the price of grain in the Turii market." Marigi was very familiar when it came to trade. But this year, the wheat in Daionia is growing very well. In another 10 days or so, after the people finish harvesting the wheat, the price of wheat in Turii should fall significantly. The Devers stroked the few strands of beard under his chin and paced back and forth. Finally, he said, "Then when you go back, tell Merces to use the national treasury to secretly purchase grain. We need to have at least 2 months' worth of food reserves for 4 legions." Marigi's eyes lit up. He did not think that the Devers' use of the national treasury without the consent of the Senate was against the law of Daionia. This Persian man who still followed the king's system thought it was reasonable. What he was interested in was, "Sir, have you decided to support the Shilu tribe and take action against the Brudi?" The Devers glanced at the excited Marigi, and there was a hint of warning in his calm tone. "I'm just preparing for the worst, but I hope you can keep this a secret and don't do anything extra. This extra thing, of course, referred to Marigi's use of the news of the war in advance for personal gain. Marigi was very shrewd and immediately made a solemn promise, and then asked, "Sir, if we go to war with the Brudi, what about Tarantum?" The Devers smiled faintly. "Tarantum can no longer fight, especially with your arrival. I'm afraid the two Tarantum archons are discussing how to negotiate peace with the Messapi." Marigi's eyes lit up again. He remembered the people of Tarantum who wore black veils and looked grief-stricken when he rushed over from Tarantum. The fall of Tarantum was definitely a good thing for him as the commercial officer of Dionia. He saw the hope of the port of Turii surpassing the most prosperous port of Tarantum in the Taranto Bay.